Marty, I know you're here, but can you come to the stage, please? Where are you?
I'll come to you.
Okay, go ahead. And I'd like to report that the line outside is getting smaller. For some reason, to me, it looks like it's getting larger. So we're going to start with a few of the items that are what you might call housekeeping and things that we don't need people to vote on. But we can get going and start a little bit because I know the weather is awful. So let's do that. So we're going to start. I'm going to call the meeting to order. I don't have my gavel, but I'll bang the table. And the meeting of tonight's deliberative session is hereby called to order. Can I ask you all to please rise? The flag is to my right. Can you join with me in a pledge to our flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We can remain standing. Our singers could not be here tonight because of the weather, but they did bring us a tape, and Dean Zanello is going to play that on the Star Spangled Banner, and I thank him for taking the time to do that. Dean? Special thanks for that. I appreciate it. So next I'd like to have those on the stage, beginning with my immediate left, introduce themselves, and we'll go, I believe, the budget committee's over here on my right, and that'll introduce all those present.
Hi, good evening. I'm Sandy Allaire. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of the Timberlane District.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Chris Martin, Executive Director of Operations and Special Projects.
Good evening. I'm Maria Watkins, the Business Administrator for the Timberlane Regional School District.
Jim O'Shaughnessy, School District Legal Counsel.
Justin Krieger, Superintendent of Schools.
Katie Knudsen, School Board Plastow Rep.
Liz Costa Plastow, Chair of Budget Committee.
Mark Sherman, Sandown School Board.
Shauna Manthorn, Plastow School Board Rep.
Kim McCormick, Danville School Board.
Alyssa Kowalczyk, Plastow Rep.
Paul McCain, Sandown Rep.
Don Woodworth, Atkinson Rep. Jack Sapia, Atkinson Rep.
Brianna Woodworth, Danville Rep.
Thank you. Now to the budget committee.
Sharon White, Sandown. Lisa Oliver, Assistant PA. Lauren Schwartz, Catherine Powell, Atkinson.
Is that it? Okay, thank you. Next, the supervisors of the checklist asked me to read this about how we're going to conduct secret ballots. a bird from the south told me we're going to have some tonight. So I thought it would be helpful, and they did too, if you understood what we're going to do and how you vote for the secret ballot. When we call for the secret ballot, orderly would ask you to exit the auditorium through the main doors. Voting will take place across the hall in room 707. I believe that's the band room. You enter the door on the left. When you go out here, go left, enter the door. You're going to show your cards. Now, if we have more than one secret ballot, just so you know, the supervisors on the first secret ballot will ask for your card, which you should have all signed. They'll mark number 1, not for the warrant article, but for the secret ballot. Then if we have another one, they'll mark off number 2. And they'll check when you go back for the secret ballot, because if it's the second secret ballot and you're already checked off, you're not going to get a second vote. So that's how we're going to keep track. Once you get your ballot and you vote, then re-enter the auditorium, cross the hall in the lobby, cross the lobby, enter through the side door. There's supposed to be signage that's going to be out, so follow the signs. And that's how we're going to conduct the secret ballot. I'm not sure how that line is going. Can somebody maybe check the line for Danville? See how it's going. Thank you. We do have 13 articles we're going to go over tonight. How are we doing?
One town does have enough supervisors.
Jesus, Sean. What kind of town are you running?
So I'm going to move on, although they're still checking in, and I'm going to read what has been my normal moderator rules for, I don't know, 6 years or 7 years. So I'm going to read them again, and then if there's no objection, we'll adopt them. And although the people are in the hallway, at any time they can come in, move to change it, so we can move on. And then we'll take a vote and a motion to allow certain non-residents to speak. Then I can read the warrant article, but not start the articles until those people are in. I want to give them a fair opportunity. It's not their fault that they're late in checking in. So here are my rules that I've had for years. No smoking. Turn off your cell phones or put them on silent. Each person will treat every other participant with courtesy and respect. Any voter who wishes to address the meeting will approach the microphone, be recognized by the moderator, and then state his or her name, spelling the last name for our clerk, and your full address and what town you're in, your full address. General comments will limit to 5 minutes maximum. Speakers, please remain at the microphone for answers to your questions if you ask a question. All questions to the school board, budget committee, other officials, or meeting participants will be directed to the moderator. Each voter who desires to speak on an article will be given a chance to do so before any voter is given a second opportunity to speak on the same issue. Makers of motions and seconds will state their name for the district clerk. That's important. a new law went into effect a while ago that they have to be in the record, your name. And as before, spell your name for the clerk so she can get it correct in the record. Only one amendment will be allowed on the floor at any one time. No amendment to an amendment will be allowed. Such proposals will be dealt with as a subsequent amendment after the first amendment has been voted upon. Amendments must be in writing and signed by the voter, and print your name. Secret ballots must be requested by 5 voters who must be present in writing and signed by the voters, verified by our clerk, and made before I call the vote on the article. There are forms that are available for the secret ballot if you need one or want one or have your own. Challenges to any voice vote require 7 or more voters immediately after it is announced, who then may request a written ballot. The Municipal Budget Act limits 10% limit, which someone's keeping track of it, and I can tell you it's not me. So if you try to raise the budget more than 10% total, that will not be allowed, and they'll explain that should it get to that point. Reasonable discussion on both sides of the motion will be allowed before a call to question will be accepted. A 2/3 vote is required to call the motion. Any amendment of financial amounts must be stated in dollars. Percentages must be converted to dollar amounts. Upon appeal of any ruling by the moderator, a majority vote will prevail. All votes will be by hand count by raising your cards first. Now, I say hand count, but if it looks like it's like 99% in favor, we're not going to count. But it'll give me an idea, and my assistant moderators, we have 3 here tonight. Do we need to actually count the cards? So I'm going to ask for all those in favor, raise your card. All those opposed, raise your card. If it's close, we'll then call for an actual count of the cards. When we call for a count of the cards, do not put your card down till the assistant moderator says it's okay, put your card down. Just follow them like we've done before, and we should be fine. Robert's Rules of Order is used as a guide only. At any time during this meeting, these rules may be altered by a majority vote. So if I don't hear any objections, we'll adopt those for the sake of this meeting, but subject to amendment as the meeting proceeds. Next, I'm going to read the notice of this session. And then after that, we'll have a motion to allow certain non-resident voters to speak. First session of the annual meeting. You are hereby notified to meet at the Timberlane Performance Arts Center, 40 Greeno Road, Plastow, New Hampshire, on Thursday, the 6th day of February, 2025 at 7 p.m. This session shall consist of explanation, discussion, and debate of warrant articles number 2 through number 13. Warrant articles may be amended subject to the following limitations. Warrant articles whose wording is prescribed by law shall not be amended. Warrant articles that are amended shall be placed on the official ballot for a final vote on the main motion as amended. And no warrant articles shall be amended to eliminate the subject matter of the article. The second session of annual meeting voting on warrant articles number 1 through 13 will be conducted by official ballot to be held in conjunction with town meeting voting to be held on Tuesday, the 11th day of March, 2025, at town election polls in Atkinson, Danville, Plastow, and Sandown, New Hampshire. Atkinson voting will be conducted at the Atkinson Community Center, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Danville, voting will be conducted at the Danville Community Center from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Plastow, voting will be conducted at the Plastow Fishing Game Club from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And Sandown, voting will be conducted at the Sandown Town Hall from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. So I believe I'm going to have a motion to allow certain non-voters to speak. Snutson, I believe you want to make that motion?
I do. I make a motion to allow the following non-residents to speak. Justin Krieger, Superintendent, Attorney Jim O'Shaughnessy, District Legal Counsel, and Dr. Chris Martin, Executive Director of Operations and Special Projects.
Thank you. And I have a second from Liz Costa. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your cards. Thank you. All opposed, raise your cards. The ayes have it. Article 1 is the election of officers, so you can look in the warrant articles and see how many people you're voting for in Danville, Plastow, Sandown. It's one school member for a 3-year term in each of the towns and one budget committee member for a 3-year term in each of the towns. So the next on my agenda is the actual operating budget, and I'm going to just suspend for just a couple more minutes because I'd like to get most of those people in here. I think they can hear in the hallway. I'm not sure if the microphones are working. Maybe at least they could hear what's going on, and of course I'm sure they'll be in here before we call for a vote. So please bear with us as I check how the supervisors are doing, bringing in the Danville people, and then I'll come back and we'll start with reading Article 2, and I want to see if they can actually hear what's going on in the hallway. Thank you. One last housekeeping rule, and then I'm going to start. We did find out that the hallway's empty. Everybody's in the room with the checklist supervisors, and they can hear what we're saying in here, and they should all be in here shortly. But for the supervisors of the checklist, just so they know, I promise that 2 things. Number 1, I will call if anybody of the supervisors wishes to speak on an article before we end discussion on the article, because they're in the other room. And we'll give them an opportunity to come in. We have places where they can sit if they want to come in and listen to all the debate in the auditorium. Secondly, we do have my assistant moderator, Kevin Majors, going to take the votes of those operating the speakers upstairs, Dean and I think Brian, and whoever else is there, and then we're also going to count the ballot cards of the supervisors, so everybody gets a chance to vote. Article 2, operating budget. Shall the voters of the school district raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth on the budget posted with the warrant, or as amended by vote of the first session for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $88,568,076. Should this article be defeated, the operating budget shall be $89,798,656, which is the same as last year with certain adjustments required by previous action of the Timberlane Regional School District or by law. Or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 14:13X and XVI to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. Note, Warrant Article 2, the operating budget, does not include appropriations proposed under any other warrant articles. A majority vote is required. Recommended by the School Committee, 800. Recommended by the Budget Committee, 540. Do I have a motion to place this on the ballot as written?
So moved.
Do I have a second? So we have a motion made and seconded. Open for discussion. I believe, Ms. Knutson, you're going to start the talk on that? Or Ms. Costa?
What? Oh, I'm going to start, sorry. Oh, I have slides here. This is great. So this was developed in accordance with RSAs 32, 33, and 195. The Budget Committee developed the annual budget working with the district, business administrator, superintendent, collaborated also with department heads, teachers, and other administrators as well. We had a committee member report back with capital improvement plan concerns and considerations, and we touched upon a little bit for staffing and enrollment. The fiscal year 25 voted budget was $91,575,843. Fiscal year 2026 proposed is $88,568,776. A net decrease of $3,007,766 in the decrease of 3.3%. The budget drivers increases were transportation, $360,000, salary, $325,000, vocational and other LEA tuition, $120,000, and contracted services, $110,000. Decreases were insurance, $1.4 million, special education tuition, $840,000, and 17.5 eliminated positions, $600,000.
Liz, can I interrupt you for a moment,
Absolutely.
please? I can't see behind my head, but I'm told that the slides on the screen may not be keeping up with either what you're saying or the slides are off. So, Dean and Brian, can you watch, maybe have to move the slides based upon what the speaker's saying? That would be helpful for the crowd and for those at home. Thank you.
I'm on the budget drivers. There we go. Thank you. So I'll do the decreases again. Health insurance, $1.4 million. Special education tuition, $840,000. 17.5 eliminated position, $600,000. Retirement benefit decreases in the New Hampshire retirement system rate, $500,000. Transfer to food service grants and Performing Arts Center, $450,000. Facilities repairs and maintenance, $170,000. Those were the decreases. The salary and benefits budget by object code. Would you like me to read through those, Mr. Hart?
No, I think you could just mention that they're there. My notes say the slide
All
is
right,
for reference,
so we have
so
salary and
everybody sees it.
benefits by the object code through each of the budget lines, and then we have the default budget.
So I understand Ms. Knutson's going to speak on the default budget.
Yep, so if I could get the slides changed to the default budget prepared by school board, please.
Slide 22, I think.
There we go. Oop, too far. That's fine. The default budget, I'm just going to mention that it's prepared under RSA 40:13IX. Again, that is what's governed. Some of this year's budget, default budget overview. FY 2025, the voted budget was $91,575,843. FY 2026 default budget is $89,798,656. That's a net change decrease of $1,777,186, or a percent change of negative 1.9%. Next slide is the budget drivers. Increases, we had increases of salaries in $1 million, Transportation was $360,000. Contracted services was $90,000. Vocational and other LEA tuition was $120,000. The decreases were in health insurance of $1.4 million, special education tuition of $840,000, 17.5 eliminated positions, which is $600,000. Transfer to food service grants and PAC is $450,000. Retirement benefit decrease in New Hampshire RS rate is $377,000, and equipment was a decrease of $309,000.
Then you're going to have two slides, but I know handouts were made for everybody that came in. You have the salary and benefits slide, and then an expense budget slide with all the codes. And that's a couple of pages. And then I believe you have some reference slides. And I believe I'd like to now call on our superintendent, Mr. Krieger. I think he wants to make some comments. Mr. Krieger.
Thanks, Mr. Moderator. Could we have the slides advance 2, please? Should be the title screen, Fiscal Year 26 Budget Highlights and Fiscal 25 Check-ins. Number 1, this is the first year-to-year budget decrease in over a decade at negative 3.3% or $3 million. 2, the proposed budget does not fund 17.5 positions eliminated by the school board this year. 3, the proposed budget does not reduce any student programming from this year looking into the next year. 4 and 5 are check-ins as where we are currently in this fiscal year that have bearing on the budget process. 4, as of December 31, the number of employed professional staff increased by 11.6 FTEs from that same date in the prior year. And 5, from July 1 to January 31, revenue was $1.9 million lower compared to the same time period from the prior year. And July 1 to January 31, expenses are $7.1 million higher compared to the same period from the prior year. And Mr. Moderator, I know one of the board members would like to read a statement before public comment on Article 2.
Who might that be, Mr. Krieger?
Me.
Go ahead.
Good, thank you. Hi, everybody, welcome. As we gather this evening to engage in the
Just for the record, can you repeat your name?
Sure, Shauna Manthorn, Plastow, School Board Rep. As we gather this evening to engage in a thoughtful process to deliberate our school board budget, we need to recognize that every voter, student, taxpayer, family, and constituent has a unique experience and circumstance, and this process allows those thoughts to be heard and exchanged in the context of tax contributions related to education. Fundamentally, we understand that most folks see tax contributions as a burden. The discussion tonight goes far beyond tax contributions. We invite folks to view the discussion tonight as investments in our community and our neighbors. Our neighbors are all of you present tonight, and many of them are district employees. Timberlane Regional School District is one of the largest employers in the area. The district employs over 900 employees a year, and about half of them are residents in our district. They are our neighbors. Our community can be strengthened by a well-performing school district. The longer-range outcome of a well-performing school district being an increase in property values, attracting new residents, attracting businesses, and many of the community are in attendance tonight. As a regional school district, everyone in this room has a shared connection. We are a community. So, as we begin deliberating, we invite you to entertain the shared perspective to view taxes not as a burden, but as an investment. Recognizing that every voter, student, taxpayer, family, and constituent has a unique experience and circumstance in the context of tax contributions related to education, while we are discussing dollars and cents, let's not lose sight of investing in our community and our neighbors. Thank you for being here to engage in the process, and welcome.
Thank you.
Nolan Pelletier, 24 North Ave. Mr. Moderator, I see that...
Plastow, right?
Plastow, New Hampshire.
Thank you.
Yes, I apologize. Mr. Moderator, I see there's 4 people on the Budget Committee that voted against this budget. I would be wondering if they would be willing to talk to their no vote.
We can ask them, Mr. Peltier. Is any of the persons on the budget that voted against this wishing to speak on why they voted against it? If you are, you can come to the microphone and give your name and address.
Hi, Karen White Sandown. So the budget process was contentious this year. We all sort of know the challenges that we're all facing financially. I personally did not vote in favor of this budget because I wanted it to be a little lower. I wanted to sort of meet in the middle. I felt that some of the estimates for cost of things were a little higher than they could be, and so that is why I voted no.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the Budget Committee want to speak?
Mr. Moderator, I think there's other hands.
That answer? Yes. Liz?
Hi. I want to echo what Karen said because we just thought if it could be just a little lower, it would be a little bit more palpable. I did request when we were asking for the budget cuts not to cut personnel because we have a lot of needs in our schools and it's for the health and safety of our children. I just couldn't go with the $88 million.
Thank you.
Mr. Sapia?
Is he on Budget Committee?
Are the budget, is there anyone else wants
Is
to
there
speak
anyone
from
else
the
on the
budget committee?
budget wishing to speak?
Okay, that's
So
all I asked
does
for.
that answer
I
you?
see my time, thank you.
So I'll go to Mr. Sapia, then we'll go to the lady on the mic. Go ahead.
So I'm probably going to manage to get everyone upset with me here tonight. I'm going to offer an amendment to Article number 2 to reduce the operating budget to $86,400,000 even.
Assume you have that in writing and have signed it.
I do.
Can you pass that down, Mr. Sapia? Thank you. Do we have a second? I don't hear a second yet. And name and address for the record? To make sure our clerk got it.
86.4. Thank you.
So I'll accept this for now, Mr. Sapia, but can you rewrite it on a full piece of paper? Because it has to go in the record, and
Yeah.
I know my clerk's gonna shoot me if I give her this to say, put this in the
Anything
record.
anything
But
the moderator wants.
thank you, I appreciate it. We get along, Mr. Sapia.
So-
So the motion and seconded is to reduce the operating budget to $86,400,000 even, $86,400,000 even, in line 1, 2, 3, 4. A motion made and seconded. Discussion on the amendment.
So do I get to speak to that?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So I challenged the Budget Committee this year, and they did a fantastic job. I said, a budget you shouldn't want to increase the budget or decrease the budget. It should be the right budget. And I struggled with this for a very long time. I think the budget that was offered up is a good budget. It's a sound budget, but there are other considerations to take in place. I went back and I agonized over this, and I looked for places where potentially we could lessen the burden on the taxpayers, at the same time be able to perform our duties and our responsibilities. I would ask you to look at some of the things that are being done at a much higher cost, because I wish all you people were here 5 years ago. Construction has increased by 40%. That means we're paying 40% now than what we could have done by getting some of this stuff done 6, 7 years ago. So by putting this off, we're kind of shooting ourselves in the foot. But I think this is a workable budget. I think it's a reasonable budget. It will affect some things, but not the critical things. So I'm trying to find that middle ground, as a few of the Budget Committee members just spoke to. I think anything less than this, then you start affecting the workplace and ultimately the end result. Thank you.
Speak on the amendment. Do you wish to speak on the amendment, ma'am? We have somebody here. Yes, sir.
So when Mr.
Name and
Sapia-
address.
Michael Mascola, 63 Pollard Road, Plastown, New Hampshire. So when Mr. Sapia made this motion, didn't seem to be a tremendous amount of enthusiasm, so I'm just saying, after some discussion, to save us for 30 to 40 minutes for some kind of vote, could we potentially, with show of hands, just to things up?
We haven't finished discussion on it.
I'm not saying call the question. I just want to get the pulse. So instead of doing a secret ballot on a motion that didn't seem to have a lot of enthusiasm from the room, maybe you would consider just doing a show of hands to get the pulse to save some time. That's all.
There are people standing and mics to
So
speak.
I'm not going to call the question, just for the fairness.
Well, I'm not going to allow a call of the question. I'd like the lady behind you to speak, because we always say if you're waiting in line to speak on a motion, you get to speak before we call the motion. So let's follow our rules, so let her speak. Name
Louise
and address.
Pajak, 17 Hawkwood Road, Sandown, New Hampshire. Is there someone on the board that could speak to what would need to be cut to meet Mr. Sapia's amendment?
Go ahead, sir.
Mark Sherwood, Sandown. I'll take a stab at this because we don't know what would be cut. We simply don't know. So right now with the proposed budget, which is 3.3% less, it's the first time in a decade we've been able to come up with this, with a number that's actually negative rather than positive. Currently, our budget, 72.5% of our budget is simply salaries and benefits. So if we're going to make an additional cut, and according to the stated objective from Mr. Sapia and from others in the audience, the intent is not to decrease staff or personnel. That means that $2 million will have to come from our operating budget. We quite honestly don't know what the cost of transportation will be. We do not know what the utility costs will be. One line that could be cut is the capital line for capital improvements. And quite honestly, I would be warmer to Mr. Sapia's motion if I had a sense of confidence that we were not going to gut that line and zero out that line. Years of underspending on our capital infrastructure is what got us into the situation needing a lease in the first place. So I am warm to his sensibilities, but I don't know where those cuts will come from. And with the exception of the lease, anybody that makes offers or suggestions that the budget should be cut, please tell us where in that 27% of the operating budget they should come from. Or have the bravery to say it should come from staff. Those are the two options.
I'm going to ask Mr. Sapia, although I don't see his hand raised, since you made the motion, did you want to add to, do you have a specific thing that you thought?
I do have specific, I mean, I wouldn't have done this willy-nilly. I mean, there were some numbers that have been shot around our towns, shot from the hip. This was, all I will say is, because I don't want to give anyone cause, some of it would come from the lease that's in the budget, a little bit from the capital line, and there are other areas that I would prefer not to speak about in public, and I'm sure most people appreciate why I don't. Why? Because I don't want to talk about, no, see, I'm trying to help you folks.
Can we have some quiet in the house, please?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. When you talk about contractual obligations and contracts and personnel, you have to be very careful on what you say publicly. It's not that I don't want to share it with you. It's just that I'm trying to protect your interests because I don't want to end up in a lawsuit, which will then end up costing you folks even more money, and it's not good to lead with your chin. It's as simple as that. So I offered up something that I think is fair, and I just mentioned 2 out of the 3 areas where I would take it from. Hopefully that suffices. We're all volunteers up here doing our best, and I understand why you're upset. You have a right to be upset. I get it. Or else I wouldn't have offered up that amendment. Thank you.
This lady on my left has been standing at the mic. Did you want to say anything? No? You're deferring? Yes, ma'am.
Holly Patterson, 24 Brady Circle, Plastow, New Hampshire. First of all, I'd like to say that I've been called a radical conservative and a tree-hugging liberal. So I think I can speak pretty broadly from both sides of the mouth. I was also called a threat to the district. So I'm going to just speak very plainly to the 3% reduction, $3 million over a decade that you are proposing to this group of people you should be praised about. What about the increase that was 16% for fiscal year 2024? Jack, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
With all due respect.
Yeah.
Point of order.
She's probably going to ask me, what's that got to do with the motion to amend to reduce? If you want to connect it, that's fine. I assume that's your point of order, Ms. Knutson?
Well, and also it's to be directed to the moderator, not to a single person up here.
He asked me the question. Mr. Moderator, the $4 million or $3 million that has been suggested to reduce, if we can't get specifics on that, how is there going to be any credibility? This board doesn't have any. Thank you.
You're still waving, ma'am?
It's a bottom line budget.
Melissa Meyer, 6 Lower Road, Plastow. First of all, if you live in a condo association, you know that the older the building, the higher the HOA fees are because the buildings are falling apart and our buildings are falling apart. So that's really sad. It would have been nice if in the years past things were fixed. But what I did note was that contracted labor went up by $90,000, while 17.5 jobs were eliminated, and I'm not sure what those jobs were that were eliminated, but we do know that contract labor pays way more than the salaries for each job at school. So we're paying more for contract labor. There's got to be a way to figure out how you can just get more employees at either lesser pay, because these contract labor, whether it's OT or pairs or whatnot, are getting paid way more than what the salaried ones are, and they have less of a connection with the students. So that might be an area to look at.
Yes, sir. He spoke already.
Ryan Lebrecq, 174 Main Street, Plastow. In regards to this suggestion, I think the suggestion was put forth as a sacrificial lamb, knowing the temperature of the room. And I would like to ask, whatever the secret reductions are and the reductions that you're putting forth, were those put forth during the budget process by you or not?
Would you like to answer that, Mr. Sager?
Yeah, sure. First of all, I'd like to point out to everyone that this is a bottom line budget. So at the end of the day, it would give the board the flexibility to make those reductions wherever the board deems necessary, and that would be done with some deliberation and some research. So it's a bottom line budget. That's number one. Number two, I don't disagree with you about the 16% increase. The problem with that is, and then you people have been kind of misinformed, that did not come from this board or the last board. That's, we basically didn't, no, that's true. That's a fact. So if we're gonna talk, let's talk in fact. Okay, so it's a bottom line budget. There's nothing secretive about it. And guilt by insinuation is, I'm getting kind of tired of it.
Jack, can you just answer the question and we can move on?
I just did. It's a bottom line budget.
So in response to that non-answer, I've heard this from the board, and many have as well, that wasn't our budget, that wasn't our number, yet this board, this administration, this superintendent has continued to follow the playbook of the district in constantly over budgeting, overspending, and it got so bad that you couldn't spend fast enough to keep that spread down to a minimum. You say it wasn't your responsibility, it wasn't this board's responsibility. However, you put forth a budget that includes the vast majority of that increase as well, when it's very clear that the increase is not needed. So, I think all you up there, and the administration at large, puts out misinformation, provides misdirection, enacts this kind of guise to try and confuse engages, in some cases, students to provide misinformation or
Mr. LeBrecq, we're not going to allow discourteous statements about different boards or people, and you're not addressing his motion. You're not addressing his motion to reduce it to that number. Are you for or against that? If you have nothing more to say about the reduction, then I'd ask you to let the next person in line speak.
the reduction, just like the reduced budget to date that's been submitted, is a pittance of what it should be, and is just an attempt to continue to over budget and overtax the residents. Thank you.
Nola Whitman, N-O-L-A, Whitman, W-H-I-T-M-A-N, 47 Hawk Lane, Danville. I would like to address my, I guess it's a response to Mark's question. He asked about the CIP. I would like to see, I think that you could reduce the CIP by 2 items. There are 4 currently. One is the Atkinson Belfry. I'm fine with that. I think it does need to be done. 2 was the roof at Danville Elementary. Again, fine with that. The other 2 being the high school fence and the bathrooms, I think could be held off. And I would like to just talk about the bathrooms just a little bit. I did go and investigate it a little bit. I'm glad to see those pictures because it actually made me feel better. I thought well, never mind. I want to go back to the bathrooms. I'm not against putting in new bathrooms. I just think it needs more work. I didn't see a proposal. I've not seen, I heard it's going to be, the first one is going to be the 200 wing. After seeing Keene, I did go to the Keene trip to look at what they had. Very impressive. I got to say, very impressive. I would have liked to see something similar to what they have than what the plans that I'm hearing about at Timberlane. And because of that, I think we could postpone it. So I could see that line being reduced for the bathrooms and for the fence. I think the fence could be done differently as well. So that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Jennifer Raymond, 11 Woodland Drive, Sandown, New Hampshire. I am a 1988 graduate of Timberlane High School, as is my husband and our 2 children. I'm a 24-year veteran special ed paraeducator from preschool to 5th grade, ages 3 to 11. I've worked at every elementary school except for Atkinson, other than ESY, throughout these years. I am also the current TSSU co-president. I am speaking this evening on behalf of every student I have had the opportunity to work with directly, one-on-one that is, and those to come. As a special ed paraeducator, one-on-one for the past 24 years, I've learned that preschool is by far the most important educational experience for any child, in my opinion. Currently, I am working at TLC at Sandown Central in preschool. Students whose parents, guardians feel their children need special education services would request an evaluation which determines if said student does or does not qualify to. Or anybody asks what this has to do, I'm speaking on behalf of the teachers, the support staff, and anyone who works directly with any student every single day. Our positions cannot be cut. In my experience, with the evaluations that are done on these 3-year-old children, they're kids who have never been to school. They have an hour approximately of evaluation time with one-on-one.
Ma'am, can I interrupt you for a
Yes.
moment? You probably, as I see on TV, they say, I'm sure somewhere in there you're going to tie this in to Mr. Sapia's motion. We're not talking about the main motion. We're only talking about to reduce it to the $86,400,000. So somewhere in your paper,
Okay,
I'm sure you're going to
cut
tie that in.
to it. Think long and hard about where you cut staff. That's all I have to say. The kids are our future.
Thank you. Microphone on in front of me, Dean.
Mike Boucher, 19 North Broadway, Atkinson. So I respect Jack Sapia's motion because I feel that he's trying to do what's best, where he's trying to be respectful of taxpayers, but he's also trying to be respectful of the operation of the school. I have children within the school, and obviously I'm a taxpayer, and I also pay tuition, so I put quite a bit of money into this school system. And the biggest concern that I have with all the discussion, especially on social media, is that we're going to cut too deep. So I think the fact that Mr. Sapia even suggested to do anything to decrease the budget, that's a little bit more in line with at least, and I can't speak for the budget committee members who voted against the budget, but I would think it'd be bringing it close to what they were hoping for. I think that's commendable. I'm not going to speak for everyone and say if it's right or wrong to do this, but it's definitely something worth considering. And I wouldn't disregard it because it's not low enough. We need to make sure that we can operate the school properly, but we also need to be mindful of people who are struggling in the community.
Sheila Lowe's, Sandown, can we please call this question?
Second.
Nobody's at the mic.
Can you give your address again, who last spoke? She didn't pick it up.
47 Hawkwood Road, Sandown, New Hampshire.
I'm going to respect Mr. Muscola's request for me to poll, but would you like us to poll your vote before we actually count it, just to see if it's necessary? I don't see anybody saying yes, Mr. Muscola. So all in favor of the motion to reduce the budget to $86,400,000? Oh, I did say I would do this. Nobody reminded me, but I remembered. Does any of the supervisors of the checklist, did they want to come in and say anything? Because they're in another room and they asked me to do that. I'll give them like 10 seconds. Do you see anybody coming, Mr. Major? They're all set. Okay. So if you're in favor of reducing the budget to $86,400,000, please raise your card. $86,400,000. So it looks almost like half. So we're going to count. So keep your cards up. So can my moderators count? Don't lower your cards till you're told you can. Hold them up.
Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
Keep it up. Lowering the budget. Keep it up.
Can you please hold your comments? You had a chance to come to the mic. Please hold your comments. Thank you.
Keep it up. A little bit at a time. Keep it up.
Yes.
Yes.
If that person keeps talking out of order, I'm going to have a problem with you. Please. Yes, Mr. Smith. Name and address.
If this motion were to pass, would that preclude a later one for a larger cut?
No, it would not. Question was for everybody, if you didn't hear it, if this passes, could you make another motion for a greater cut? Yes, you could. Main motion as amended would still be on the floor to amend again. You have that count, Mr. Major? Okay, so you can put your cards down. If you're opposed to the motion to reduce the budget to $86,400,000, please raise your cards and keep them up till you're told you can put them down. Thank you. I think the count's coming. Those that were in favor, 322. Those that were opposed, 111. So the ayes have it. Article 2 is amended to read that the budget would be $86,400,000. So now on the article as amended, I'm going to start with this lady, then we'll go to Mr. Mescola.
We're going to go to Mr. Mascola first because I'm going to be a second.
My name is Michael Mascola. I'm at 63 Pollard Road, Plastow. Before I start, I do want to say thank you to all of the administration, the school board, and my fellow budget committee for all the hard work that you've put in and given up all your Thursday nights, so thank you. I would like to make a motion, and I'll read it here. I, Michael Mascola, hereby make a motion to reduce the operating budget to $81,941,925. I have it in writing.
Can you repeat that again?
The whole thing or just the number?
The number.
$81,941,925.
You want to second that, ma'am? And
Seconding.
again, your name for the clerk, just so.
Sheila Lowe's, Sandown.
So I have a motion made and seconded to further reduce the budget from $86,400,000 to $81,941,925. Made and seconded. Mr. Mescola, do you want to speak on your motion?
I'm just going to tell you how we got to the numbers. The actual spent of 23-24 was $75,463,725. The average yearly increase over 10 years is about $1.339 million. The estimated dollars spent in 24-25 was $76,803,163. The average yearly increase over 10, I did that one, estimated need for 25-26 is $78,142,601. Additional CBA increases for 24-25 and 25-26 is about 5 million plus or minus. So they're saying they need about 84,941,825. And then the additional need, the additional revenue, there is no additional revenue. So that's where I got down to the 81,941,925.
Okay, but I thought you said 84 million at the bottom line.
I'm sorry.
Did you misread that?
84,941,925. Yeah.
Your motion was 81,900.
941,925.
941, 81 million, correct?
Yeah,
Okay,
81 million.
just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Did the second want to speak to her second?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Downing.
Yes,
My name
sir.
is John Downing from Sandown, New Hampshire,
Address?
17 Phillips Wood Road.
Thank you.
I'd like to speak in favor of this motion of 81.9 and change. There has been a deep dissection of every dollar spent in the year 23-24. There's been projections made of the money spent thus far into the financials that were just listed through January. The number that has been proposed is in line with what is projected in the budget that is being projected here is far over budgeted. With the 81.9, there would be zero cuts to any staff. There would be zero cuts to any type of extracurricular activities. We have identified where the cuts can come from. I'll get to that further along, but there's $3 million alone that was raised and appropriated for the lease available to be cut because it's not being appropriated correctly. That's for starters. Transportation can get cut. There are many avenues to cut this budget without cutting staff or services.
Yes, ma'am? Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Catherine Webster, like the dictionary, 12 Jasmine Drive in Atkinson. I have a question. What happens now that the budget's been amended and now that there is yet another cut amendment before this body? What happens to the default budget with these lower numbers?
Ms. Knutson will answer that.
The default budget will stay the same. If this 81 million gets passed, then that would become next year's default budget.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Julia Doherty, 44 Academy Ave, Atkinson. I just am coming up to say that I've been a teacher for just about 20 years, not in the district, but out of the district. I've never seen a decrease in budget, so for a budget committee to come up and hear their residents and hear that they needed to make some changes and to show that is commendable, and then for us to come and say that we want to cut more and more and more. Schools are already working at bare bones. Teachers are overworked, understaffed. Students aren't getting service the way that they should be because the staffing is not there, and that's everywhere. It's not just a localized problem, but it is horrifying to just hear the excitement that people have about cutting from children that are our future.
Can I go? Yeah. All right.
Yes, go
Francine
ahead.
Hart, 298 Main Street in Blastown, New Hampshire. And I would like to give everybody a little bit of a historical perspective. I have the last 10 years of the actual expenditures that the district has spent since 2015. And you all have done a remarkable job in keeping your expenses very consistent. You spent a little over $1 million every single year, and I say, haha, a little over $1 million, but you've done a wonderful job, and it's been very consistent. However, we voted on significantly more than what this district has needed over the last 10 years, and the average is at least 5% more than what you've needed over 10 years every single year. And I suspect that's probably why we had to give back $16 million, because it's been accumulating year after year after year. I also looked at the demographics in Plastow, only in Plastow, and it's a little bit older, a couple of years old, but I think the numbers are still pretty good. We have approximately 7,800 people that live in Plastow. School-age children, and they count that as 0 to 24 years old, is approximately 21% of our town. 40% are people in the ages of 25 to 54, and the rest of it, 32%, which is almost a third of our town, are 55 and older, which are people who are entering retirement or already senior citizens. Our tax rate is $8.28 goes to our town and our local and our state support. $12.44 last year, which is 60% of our tax rate, goes to support less than 20% of our people in Plastow. Now, someone mentioned that this is an investment, and I would venture to guess that most of the people that are in this room agree this is an investment, but you need to ask yourself, is that an investment? Is that a smart investment to invest 60% of your money and less than 20% of your people? Our enrollments have gone down over the last 2 decades, and our pupil costs have gone up. So I guess I'm respectfully requesting that the people in this room who are voting just take a breath and put the pause button on all of this expenditure and approve that $81,941,925. We are all in the throes of just coming out of potentially a huge crunch on inflation. We don't know what our country's going to be doing. We don't know what our towns are going to be doing, but I think we all need to just take a little bit of a breath. A lot of people are struggling to make ends meet, and I think we can postpone this for 1 year and just get our footing out from us. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, we have questions down here.
What'd you say, Ms. Costa? I couldn't.
I believe Mr. Sherwood has been raising his hand.
Mr. Sherwood, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And we do hear the concerns. We hear it because we are your neighbors, and every dollar that we deem worthy of spending, it's coming out of our pockets. Every dollar we deem not worthy of spending, it stays in our pockets just like it does yours. We have been hearing this in last year's surplus, and at the end of this asked Mr. Krieger to review that, because there's a lot of misinformation and a lot of confusion as to what the surplus actually does and where it goes and whether it's spent and whether it accumulates. It doesn't. So I think that would be clarifying for all discussions going forward. I know we're all struggling. I went to my town's deliberative, as I know a lot of you have. A lot of you are on BudCom for your towns, have been involved. In looking at this and looking to see whether we were spending responsibly, because there's a narrative that we're spending money hand over fist and our budget keeps on going up year after year, I did a little bit of researching here. Over the past 5 years, this is budget increase as reported to the state. Atkinson, on average, has increased 8.2%. Danville has increased 6% a year. Plastow, 2.6%, and Sandown, 5.8%. So an average for all the towns over the past 5 years, the budget has increased 5.65%. In that same time period, the Timberlane School District has increased 4.2%, 1.5% less than the average of all of our towns. And I don't think any of us who are involved in town government think that our towns are going out and buying, things that are frivolous. They certainly are not. I know the COVID years are a little bit odd here. So I went and I looked, because the past couple of years have been in the spotlight. The Danville town actual spend compared to their proposed is up an average of 15%. And I realized that recently they've had some expenditures that were unforeseen. Sandown, in that same time frame, the actual 2021 spend compared to our proposed is up an average of 4%, 4.3%. Plastow is up 9.1%. Atkinson is up 8%. In that same time period, our 2021 spend with our proposed budget for 2026 is up 4.4%. Essentially, our school district, the Timberlane School District, is increasing less, our budget, our spend is increasing less than the district in general. So I know we are the easy target because we're the majority of everybody's taxes. We are. We get that. We don't represent 22% of the population, as the lady stated, because most of us went to school, went through school. We are all a product of this. And unfortunately, unlike the town, the school district does have responsibilities the town doesn't. We are subject to the same increases the towns are for salary, for insurance, but we also have to assume busing, special education, et cetera, which we are contractually obliged to follow. We get the concern. This is the first time in a decade there's been a lower budget. But even prior to that, if you look over the past 12 years, the expenditure, the actual expenditures from our school, and it is in your packet, is lower than all of the towns. We're not throwing you money away. When you consider future votes, just consider where those monies are coming from. The majority are in salaries and benefits. Those are the people. That's something we all need to consider. Thank you. Justin, if you could talk about the surplus. No. Excuse me, you are not the moderator.
Just the moderator.
Correct.
I'm going to let him talk about it briefly, Mr. Superintendent.
Appreciate it, Mr. Moderator. Gentlemen up in the booth, could we look at appendix number 9? It is on page of the PDF, page 15. Appendix 9, please.
Point of order here.
We can make it brief.
I make a motion to
I'm-
overrule the moderator. Call the question.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to ask Maria Watkins, our BA, to
Well, I
walk.
have a motion to overrule me, and I've been overruled before, so that's okay.
Okay.
So it doesn't upset me. So all those in favor of overruling me so Mr. Krieger cannot speak, please raise your card.
What are you afraid of?
So they don't.
Yeah, of course, it came from Sean.
I'm waiting for Kevin to go through the other room just to get a sense of the other room. He could report back. So if you could lower your cards, all those in favor of Mr. Krieger speaking, raise your card. I think the ayes have it, not the negatives. So Mr. Krieger, I'll have to ask you not to speak on the surplus. You're actually going to speak, ma'am? Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I am this time. I didn't have the right to know. I know you're gonna love that. So,
Yeah, just cost.
we've been talking about only having 17 open positions right now. Am I correct on that? 17 open positions? Anybody? Okay. So we eliminated 17.5. Can I ask how that number went from 727 down to 600,000 on that 17.5 positions that were removed by the school board? I believe the initial number on the minutes is $727,000, but yet on the slide it shows $600,000.
And would you like to answer her question? Go ahead.
The $600,000 that is in the slides is only the salary portion without the benefits.
Okay,
Because
so you
the
never took out
benefits,
the FICA or the...
right. So the 729 is including New Hampshire Retirement System and FICA. The 600 is only the salary portion.
Okay.
And I divided that because the benefits were in another line
So
of
you
the
took it
budget.
also out of the benefits line, the other portion of it, correct? Okay, great. The other question I have is, it seems to me that in-house, in-house on this property, we have 17 open positions. However, we also have 54 contracted positions that I don't consider those filled. They're still on the salary, they're still on the contractor lines, but they are quote-unquote not filled by Timberlane. So those are actually open positions that are sitting in the budget. Granted, you're paying out for contracted services, but they're open positions. But what I don't understand, which I'm very confused about, is if we need all these positions for contracted services, why aren't these 54 positions being advertised for? We're not even advertising for these people to come in. We're just contracted services. We're not even looking at this point for psychologists or anything else. They're not up in Applejack. So
Can I ask you to tie in the
What
contracted
I'm tying
services
in
with
is
the motion to reduce the 80?
there's a lot of money sitting in a lot of places, sir. And there's, to say that we only have 17 open positions is a play on words, because we have many more open positions than that.
Yes, sir.
Brian Boyle, 24 Winslow Drive, B-O-I-L-E, Town of Atkinson. First of all, I want to make it crystal clear to every employee in this room. There is not one position that will be eliminated on this proposal. Last year, this district ran successfully $75,400,000, and there was no conversation, discussion about eliminating positions and activities. So why in God's name, as we increase it from 75.4 up to 81.9, will we be talking about eliminating anybody? No one's getting eliminated. People got to understand this. Don't buy into the scare stuff. To my good friend, my good neighbor, Mr. Sherwood, you do a great job tying expenditures in. Unfortunately, the budget is not tying in to the expenditures. If the budget was tied to expenditures, it would mirror more like Mr. Muscola's motion on the floor. There's no way the math adds up that you would go from 74.9 up to almost $89 million. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, people. So I'm in support of this motion, and I want the people who work here to understand their jobs are safe.
This is my turn. Jim Stonia, 68 Forest Street, and I'm just asking.
Plasto, correct?
I love teachers. I want to see them
Jim,
get...
Plasto, right?
Yeah, Plasto,
Okay.
yes, yeah.
For the record.
I want to see teachers get as much as they deserve, but what about the administrators? They're, like, my high school had 1,000 students. We had one principal, one dean of students. That was it. And still today, it still has that, like one principal, one dean of students, and 95% college acceptance. So why do we need so many administrators in Plastow, in Timberlane? Give the teachers everything they need and the assistants, but we have too many admins here. That's it.
Mr. LeBrecq, and then the gentleman behind you, Mr. Muscola, since it was your motion and you've already spoken on your motion. You'll get to speak again, but I need the other people to speak first.
Ryan LeBrecq, 174 Main Street. It's just peculiar in the last amendment put forth and this amendment. First of all, I support this amendment. It's peculiar to me that, right here, Article 2 operating budget, 88,568,076, recommended by school board 800. The last vote we just did, 6 out of 8 of you voted to reduce it by multiple millions of dollars. this is your budget you put forth, and you're telling us that you know it's juiced by your vote.
Money's done.
It's also telling me that there's many more millions that can be reduced, and 81.9 is more than generous to run this district. I've been saying this for years. These ridiculous budget increases don't make sense in reality, and the fine group of the tax impact group has done tremendous amounts of research, and I applaud them. You know, they've spent exorbitant amounts of time that, you know, quite frankly, I haven't been willing to do, and I'm glad to see that someone's done their homework and is holding the district accountable, and so I urge support for the 81.9 reduced budget. Thank you.
You wish to respond?
Yeah, so just a couple of questions. One, what is our, maybe the superintendent can help us out with this, or Mark, what is our contractual, what is the total sum of our contractual obligations?
While he's looking that up, if you allow me to respond, because I was one of those school board members who did vote for this and then voted for Mr. Sapier's reduction. And I did that out of, quite honestly, I did that out of fear. It is one of the most challenging votes I've had. I did it out of fear because I'm not quite certain where that is going to come from. With the capital improvements we've made, as MJ had mentioned, there could be some squeeze there. My fear is that we will gut this. With the contractual obligations we do have, with the way that our district, our budget increase year over year is less than the towns that make up this district, and they're certainly not, you know, they're running pretty lean as well. I don't know how that's sustainable. I do not know what the insurance rates will be in 2026. We're putting this budget together in 2024, trying to figure out what our expenses will be in 2026. That's tough. Try planning a trip for your family to Disney 2 years in advance when you don't know what transportation costs are going to be. You don't know what the Disney tickets are going to be. There are these unknowns, and unlike other businesses, we can't go in arrears. We cannot default in just not have enough money to pay for transportation and special education. So I think there's probably that $2 million there. Will there be sacrifices? Absolutely. Beyond that, it's foolhardy.
Can I go to this gentleman here?
I wasn't finished. I was still waiting for the answer, but I wasn't finished. I said I had a couple questions. Could I just finish up?
Let's
Please.
have one more question.
Okay, well, actually a statement. I'm opposed to this. People say with great certainty, oh, we're not going to, this won't affect a single teacher. This is the lowest amount that they could cut. They can't, I don't believe they can go much lower, not much lower than that, right? Sure, excuse me, I have the floor. I will tell you things will be affected. And I can tell you right now that we level funded for years, felt good, everyone was happy. But in the interim, by ignoring the work that we had to do, and to the credit to Mr. Boyle and Ms. Farah and Ms. Lowe's, they addressed it. Because from the time, in those 4 or 5 years of level funding, the construction costs went up over 40%, which means you guys are biting the bullet on the work that has to be done. The buildings have certain requirements that have to be met by state and federal law relative to temperature, air quality, water quality. Those are requirements. We don't have an option, nor did I would think that we would want to be sub where we're supposed to be. So every year you put these things off, don't kid yourself, you're shooting yourself in the foot. And finally, we started going down the right road. We almost have this behind us. Let's not keep making the same mistakes over and over again. And I'm telling you, it costs you tens of millions of dollars.
Michael Boucher, Atkinson. So also we already had our first cut, 86 million. And the general idea is that possibly if we were to cut anything, it's going to be work on the buildings, the facilities and whatnot. And clearly that doesn't matter to some people. You know what, that's fine, we can hold off for a year. But $81 million, right now, I'm uncertain. No offense to anyone who's done their research online or whatever, but we have numbers right here in front of us. I'm looking at this contractual and required expenses fiscal year 2026 budget. It's saying right here, it's gonna be $83 million. So, I mean, I don't know if somebody from the district administration could speak to that. I mean, are they right or is this right? I'm trying to figure this out.
I can answer for that. Do you know what page that's on? I see you looking at the handouts.
It literally just says contractual and required expenses.
Does anyone want to comment on contractual required expenses?
So, as you all are aware, we do have contractual expenditures that we are obligated to pay for our students. The salaries and benefits are contractual because it's the salaries and benefits to all of our employees. Those two together are about $64 million. Student transportation, per our articles of agreement, we are required to transport all the students in our districts from grade 1st to 12th. We do have a contract with the transportation company, and this cost that is reflected in the budget for 2026 is the cost of the contract that we have for 2026. Professional services are, most of that $3.3 million are professional services required for special education students. Those are required services that we need to provide for those students. The tuition is for students, is two parts for the tuition amount. One is for the special education students that get placed out of our district. Again, it's a requirement by law that we place those students in those outplacements. And the other part is the tuition for the CTE.
Moderator, can we please tell the taxpayers where they can follow along in their pamphlet? It is in the back.
I had asked the maker and the speaker, but he didn't have a number.
Can
Do you
you
know
tell
what
me?
page you're looking on?
Yes.
It's got to have a page. Mine are numbered.
Yes, give me just 1 minute, please.
Anthony, could you please display on the screen appendix number 15? It's on page 21 of the PDF package you have.
Yep, passed it. Go up.
No, you passed it, it's 15.
Right there.
Yeah, right there.
And could you resize
Go up.
so it's
Go
displayable
up.
on the screen for the audience, please, Anthony?
Or just go up to the upper portion, which is what I'm going through. Please. Right there. The second portion of the tuition is the tuition for the students that go to CTE, which they attend either Pinkerton or Salem programs. We are required to pay for the tuition for those students to attend those programs. Fund transfer is the required amounts that we need to carry in our budget for federal and food service expenses that is required by law. Bond and principal interest is the $2 million that the voters voted for the lease payment back in 2023. Books and info resources, they are the programs, either the books or the programs that we use for curriculum to teach our students. So they are required because we need them in order to teach the students. Utilities, energy, water, and telecom are our utilities, which without the utilities, we cannot keep our buildings open. And then the insurance is the property and liability insurance and the workers' comp insurance for our district.
Okay, thank you. By any chance, do you have the actual expenditures up to January 31st of this year?
Yes, we do. If you can pull.
Anthony, could you put on the screen appendix number 8? Page 15 of the PDF packet. Is there anybody up in the booth that could help us with the slideshow? We're looking for appendix number 8. And again, that's page 14 of the PDF packet.
That one.
Perhaps while they're trying to get this slide, do you have a bottom line number of how much to date you've spent? I think that's what he's looking for.
Yes, so
He doesn't need all the line
as
items.
of
He just
January
wants to know how much you've spent.
31st, we have spent $41,973,776. That is $7,132,556 more than the actual expenditure in fiscal year 2024 as of January 1st.
And I don't know if you have this information ready, but could you project the remaining expenditure for the rest of the fiscal year?
If the expenditure rate continues the same, we are projecting that is going to be between $80 and $82 million for fiscal year 2025. If you can pull the PDF, is number 8. You can see the numbers up on the right, great numbers. One more up, please, that one. So as you can see, about in the middle of the page, the actual expenses are 49. That is 7.1 million more than we spent as of January 31st last year.
Well, I have one last question. If we were to adopt Mr. Mascola's amendment, would we run into any trouble as a district?
I don't have a magic ball to know what is going to happen in a year and a half. All what I know is the projections, and based on the expenditure that the expenditure rate that we have right now, you can see it right there.
Mm-hmm.
So far this year, we have spent $49 million.
Aside from cuts that possibly could happen, what other recourse could the district take if we are short money?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
If the district is short money, like if we were to adopt that motion, and
Yes.
just one question, and I already got cut off there.
This is the 6th question.
It's the last question, Sean. If we adopt his motion and we've already exhausted all our cuts, what other course of action we'd have to take to make up for that money?
Court.
I will defer that to our legal counsel.
Do you want me to answer the question?
Some of the electorate would like you just to answer the question. What would the other option be?
An emergency meeting to appropriate, you can't, something to make up for the deficit. You can't spend in a deficit.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hello? All right. We're on a $91 million budget, and Ms. Watkins just stated we're going to end up with 81 to 82? So that's like, what, $10 million of more funds that we have. That's just what happened in the last 5 minutes. My whole point was on this stuff is it's easy to offer a reduction. The first in 10 years.
Did you give your name and address for the clerk?
Sean O'Neill, Danville, 16J Drive. It's easy to offer back this olive branch of a cut when you asked for 2 years ago by some of the same very people up here on the stage, Mr. Moderator, that asked for well over a 10% increase. And then they gave us it all back, a large majority of it all back. They couldn't spend it fast enough to hide it. That's the sad part. And then you built on the next year's budget that was overinflated. And now we have it up here, but now the rubber's hitting the road, and this body is going to make some potential decisions on here that's going to be able to lower it back into where it should have been multiple years ago and with gradual increases. I'm in support of this. And folks, I have been up on that stage. I was chair. I was a school board member for 4 years. There is enough money in here to run it if they know how to run it properly. It takes good leadership. Show you have the leadership, folks.
Yes.
Hi, Megan Ricketts, 2 Stewart Farm Road, Atkinson, and speaking wildly underqualified because I have like $25 in my bank account, so talking about millions of dollars, it feels slightly out of pocket here. However, I do have a child in special needs. He goes to Atkinson Academy and receives services from the NEC group. And I will tell you the difference that it has made over the course of the 2 years of him participating in this program. He is in the classroom, he is participating, he is safe to himself and his classmates. So I would give anything to these teachers that have done so much for my son. So I just have to step up to bat for him because we shouldn't be talking about giving these people less. We should be doing so much more for them because they do so much for us. And just speaking as far as the administration goes and stuff, you know, talking about numbers, 1,000 people for one administrator. You know, we're talking about people. You know, you never know which students are going to connect with which teachers. So having more people on staff to give students the ability to connect and feel safe and secure and supported. And I'm very underqualified. All these numbers is like, but again, we are in very uncertain times. The amount of change that's happened in this calendar year alone is very scary to many people in this population. So in a time when there's so much drastic change and potential, lack of federal funding in the future, when we're talking about years to come and we have no idea what that's going to entail, to me, being more prepared, preparing our schools, our buildings, our administrators with more resources in a time of uncertainty is the only smart choice. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Julie Lebrecq, 174 Main Street, Plastow. I just want to make a comment that there's a lot of smart, educated people on our board standing before me. But look around you, there's 4 towns represented here of a lot of really freaking smart people who've looked at the numbers, who've looked at the budget. So you can sit there and say, I've looked at the budget, this is our bottom, but you have a lot of other really smart people who've looked at the budget and they say, no way. So I support the lower budget, and if you have trouble, if this gets passed and you have trouble meeting it without cutting staff, why don't you sit down and talk with us, because we'll show you where the budget cuts can be made.
Yes, sir.
John Downing, Sandown, 17 Phillipswood Road. It's pretty clear to myself and many in this room that the legislative body here is in favor of this amendment. It is pretty clear that we could have gone quite lower. We chose not to because we are going to fund the education of these children properly and promote a responsible budget. So therefore, Mr. Moderator, I would like to call the question.
I have 2 people standing in line, and I've always said we're going to let the new people speak, the last 2. She's waving off. How about you, sir?
Yeah, proving my point.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Moderator.
My hand's been up for a while.
Me and
At some point.
They've already spoken.
So what?
Did this gentleman
Sound a
already
little
speak?
Shorter than everyone else. My name is Ryan Holder. I live in 197 Long Pond Road in Danville. I work with a lot of schools, several different districts. Most of them are unfortunately much more fortunate than we are. Their teachers are paid more. Their buildings are nicer. And I feel really bad because I live in this district. And I understand it hasn't been fair. It hasn't been fair what has happened to so many of you to have this sudden increase. I think Mr. Sapien spoke to it pretty well. I think several people up here have spoken to it pretty well. It's unfortunate that we made small incremental increases and then it all caught up to us at once and we got hit hard. That stinks. But this is really tough. I haven't heard anyone actually say that we can do this without cutting teachers that are underpaid. I know some people mentioned about contracted services. A lot of times, and I can't speak for Timberlane, but a lot of districts contract services because the pay is so low that nobody will take the contracted rate. So because they're a contracted service, they can get paid more. So that's why they do it. No one will take the job. So I just wanted to speak out against this. I know we're down to 86. I'm sorry the budget's up so much, but this is
81.9.
I'm sorry.
We are down
Talking
to
about the 86.
86.4. This is an amendment that hasn't passed yet.
Correct.
But if
So
it
I'm
doesn't
speaking-
pass, we are down to 86.4, like the gentleman said.
Thank you. That is what
To
I'm saying.
clarify
So
what he said.
I want to say that I'm really sorry, and this is really tough on everyone. But I think the kids deserve this. So thanks.
No, I'm not going to hear any more. I think everybody's trying to discuss the main motion, not really the amendment. I think we've heard enough about the amendment.
May I
and
discuss
had
the
a
amendment, please?
No, I had a
My hand's been up
request
for
to
quite a
call
bit.
it. I'm going to call it. You can speak after the motion is called and counted. And I believe you already spoke before. So I'm going to call this if membership would like me to. So all in favor of reducing the budget from 80... I can't hear with all the noise, but you asked me to call the question. I'm calling the question. So here's the question. Do you vote to reduce the budget from $86,400,000 to $81,941,941,925? I'll repeat the number again. $81,941,925. If you're in favor of that reduction, raise your cards, keep them up, and assistants, we're going to count. Call the no votes later. I think this is a very important vote, so I'd like you to have an actual count. Keep them up until they tell you to put them down, please. Thank you. So you can put your cards down. All those opposed to the motion to lower the budget, please raise your cards and keep them up. My assistants tell you to put them down. Thank you. While we're waiting for the count, I wanted to remind you, and I'll remind you again later, it's probably a little icy out there, so when you leave the parking lot, please be careful, drive slow, and I wish you all can get home safe. The count is coming. Those in favor, 278. Those opposed, 174. The motion passes.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to make I, John Downing, would hereby motion to restrict consideration on Article 2 for reconsideration.
Mr. Mascolo has been sitting or standing at that mic for quite a while. I don't know if he has another motion, but I think I should recognize him because I told him I would.
I want him to finish because my question is going to be for District Legal Counsel that if a motion to limit reconsideration on an Article 2 and then some of these good citizens go home, is there any possible way that the remaining people here could change this motion that just passed? I'd like to hear it from legal counsel.
So you want to go home?
No. Thank you.
So I don't see anybody at the mic proposing new amendments. So we have a motion to restrict reconsideration of the past amendment to reduce the budget to $81,941,925.
I believe, does it not have to be placed on the ballot as voted first, and then the motion to reconsider is done? Correct. Or am I incorrect? I don't want something...
If there's no subsequent motion, it will automatically go on the ballot as amended.
I'm thinking of the legal counsel's answer a moment ago when I asked that question.
It's on the ballot. Once the motion for to restrict reconsideration passes in an SB2 district, that means it's over, it's on the ballot, no more action on that article can happen at this point.
But I got cut off because before he moved to restrict, I was going to say, is there any more discussion on the motion so that it would appear on the ballot as amended? But I wasn't given the opportunity to say that. But thank you for asking the question. I appreciate it. So if you're in favor of restriction, please raise your cards. I'll ask Mr. Major just take a quick look because I think that's going to pass. If you could lower them if you're against restricting, raise your cards. So it's quite apparent the ayes have it, I believe.
Mr. Moderator, you said I could speak after?
Yes, you have a comment to make. Go ahead.
I do. So my understanding it is now sitting at 81.9. And for those folks who voted for this and those who didn't, I would just like to call your attention that our contractual or required expenses for fiscal year 2026 stand at $83 million. So if those are our contractuals, and it's been stated that teachers and staff and programs will not be cut, there's a disconnect there. And I would like to ask the superintendent or the CFO for the non-contractual or required expenses that make up.
I don't wish us to go into that because we had a very smart gentleman here that was dressed in black. I wish I could remember his name. He brought out for everybody what was spent to date, what the contractual amount was, and I think the electorate here heard that already.
They are not aware of what the non-contractuals that will be cut are going to be, and I think that's important for people going to the ballot box.
Can you all give me a chance to do the job you hired me to do? Thank you. I think that's out of order, so I'm not going to have you speak to that. And since this is going to appear on the ballot as amended, if people are not in favor of that amount, they have the option to vote the warrant article down. And then you go to the default budget. So they still have an opportunity at the polls to voice your opinion. But right now, we're done Article 2. And I thank you all for your patience and consideration. Article 3, Amendment to Articles of Agreement. To see if the school district will vote to amend the Articles of Agreement of the Timberlane Regional School District as follows. Effective July 1, 2027. The Timberlane Regional School District will be responsible for the public education of pupils in, and it reads, kindergarten through grade 12. Pupils in the pre-existing districts will be assigned by the regional board to attend the elementary school in the pre-existing districts in which they reside for no less than the first 5 years of formal schooling. Resident parents or guardians may voluntarily request that their elementary students be assigned to another in-district public elementary school on an annual basis as long as seats are available and that no additional cost, transportation, etc., be incurred by the school district. It would be nice if I could have some silence so people can hear the articles that I'm reading. Thank you. The regional school board may assign pupils to a school other than one in the pre-existing district in which they reside for the purpose of special education, not available in the pre-existing district. Grades 6 through 12 may be maintained in central schools within the cooperative district. Article 12, the Timberlane Regional School District shall provide transportation for all pupils, and it reads now, kindergarten through grade 12, to the schools within the district consistent with the provisions of RSA 189:8, except that until the Timberlane Regional's junior-senior high school is operative, present regulations pertaining to high school transportation shall apply, and any costs to the regional school district for this transportation shall be charged to the pre-existing district in which the students reside who incur this expense. 2/3 majority vote required, recommended by the school board, 8-0-0. Motion to place this on the ballot as written?
So moved.
And I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion made and seconded. I believe, Mr. Woodworth, you're going to speak to this.
Yeah, if you give me a couple of minutes and your attention, I'll try to get through what we have been up to over the course of the last year that led to this warrant article. If passed, warrant Article 3 will align the current Timberlane School District kindergarten program with the district's Articles of Agreement and with the New Hampshire state requirements. It's a no-cost warrant. Okay? There is no thing that's going to change in the design or the cost of kindergarten next year. It will allow the voters to decide in future years whether or not they would like the district to provide other options, such as a full-day kindergarten program, which would have a cost and would change for all those students that are now going half day, the opportunity to go the same amount during the day as their peers. That's something we've talked about as a board, we supported, but when we ran into some issues regarding the Articles of Agreement, we realized that we had to put this on hold, and this is something that will be decided later regarding any changes. But just do know that we are one of perhaps 4 districts out of 88 in the state that are not currently using a full tuition-free kindergarten program. It puts us in. Well, we were the last school to adopt kindergarten in New Hampshire. Okay, and we might end up there as far as the last one to go to full-day kindergarten for all students. And tuition-free is something that I think would benefit quite a few people, not only in this room, but across the district. The current Articles of Agreement commit the district to educate students in grades 1 through 12 with no mention of kindergarten. When the district was mandated by the state to offer a minimum of half-day kindergarten in 2007, Timberlane complied and began offering half-day kindergarten. Some years after that, Timberlane also offered tuition-based full-day education for kindergarten students for a cost of $4,500. You're considering this warrant article because the district never updated the Articles of Agreement to reflect the inclusion of kindergarten as it should have. It should have been for K to 12 that we are responsible for our students, not just grade 1 through 12. Again, the Articles of Agreement, as originally written and as it still reads, is out of sync with the state mandate that all New Hampshire school districts provide kindergarten. Making these changes will appropriately address the state mandate and must be made regardless of if and when we change to any other model. Over the past year, an ad hoc committee, a subcommittee of the school board, worked to determine the feasibility of and the district desire to move to tuition-free full-day kindergarten for all students.
Yes, you're done, Mr. Woodworth. Are you?
I'm going to finish up here just a second.
And now? Okay.
Excuse
So,
me?
are you done?
No.
He's almost me.
The committee heard from parents and teachers who expressed regret that the school system, while benefiting students whose parents could best afford to pay tuition, was failing to meet the needs of many students who attend only half the day because of the cost. First grade teachers and parents are challenged, hard-pressed to close the gap for students who enter grade 1 underprepared. Ad hoc committees like us, our ad hoc committee recommended that we make a change. The board supported that, but we decided that this is the first step, was to do this, this alignment of our agreement with the state policy. We might have been voting for a full-day kindergarten either as a warrant or part of a budget this year otherwise. The school board would have supported full-day kindergarten because we feel it's the best preparation for first grade and would be good for all students. The district will ultimately decide what form kindergarten will take for future years after taxpayer consideration of the value and the cost, when and if it is presented as part of the operating budget or as part of a warrant article at some point down the road. For now, I urge you to support this warrant article because it puts us in agreement and reflects present practice. I would like, before we open this up to questions, to ask Mr. O'Shaughnessy to share his opinion on whether the proposed edits to the Articles of Agreement will suffice for the district to be in compliance, and if any change needs to be made regarding the number of years the Articles of Agreement requires the district to commit to be changed into a number that includes kindergarten, for instance, 6 years rather than 5 years of committing to support elementary education.
You wish to answer that, James? Mr.
Okay to
O'Shaughnessy.
answer? So the first question is, yes, if the amendment is adopted, your articles of agreement will mandate that the district provides kindergarten free of cost in addition to the other grades. The other question, I think, had to do with the timing. Right now it says 2027. That means you'll have 2 years to develop the whatever budget there is, and that budget will, or costs will appear in the operating budget. I think those are the questions. I don't know if there's.
Would you like me to restate it? That was actually not the question. The question was, with the amendment to the Articles of Agreement, in order to reflect our current practices as required by the state of New Hampshire to provide kindergarten, half-day kindergarten, is it adequate to have July 1st as the date? What are the implications of having that date to reflect our current compliance with the state mandate of offering half-day kindergarten? Additionally, because it says, for the first 5 years, should that change to the first 6 years to reflect that we are actually providing kindergarten services as required by the state? We just want to be compliant. What's the easiest way to do that?
I mean, I think the amendment's fine. I think you're in compliance now, and the amendment will make it crystal clear that you are in compliance in the future. So I don't think there's a compliance issue if this amendment passes. I think the language about the first 5 years, actually much of Article 3 is just old language that is in the Articles of Agreement from when they were adopted. So I kind of don't think there's any need to touch that. Just leave it there.
Okay, thank you. I just did not want to risk having it not be compliant by having the wrong set of years down there, because it seems like 6 years that we're committing to, even though the total that's in the current language is 5. But if we're safe with that, then let's hear from the floor questions that might pertain to these Articles of Agreement.
Ma'am, did you have a question or did he answer?
No, I'm going to defer to her, and then I'll be next.
Okay. First of all, I wish
Your name
I...
again for the record,
Oh, I'm
just
sorry.
for the record.
Nola Whitman, Danville, New Hampshire. I wish I could steal some of the words that you said. That would make this much easier for me. After rewatching the 30-minute segment of the January 16th budget public hearing and also reviewing the approximately 1-hour Articles of Agreement public hearing on January 27th, I've come to 2 conclusions. 1, the main purpose of this warrant article is to update the Articles of Agreement so that it is in line with what the district is currently providing. 2, taxpayers want to be aware of the cost of implementing full-time kindergarten moving forward. Simple enough to remedy the first education and situation. And as far as the second, I heard several mentions from administration and elected representatives of submitting another warrant article next year, which will include any appropriations that may be needed. The current warrant article specifies the implementation would not begin until July 2027. So I submit the following amendment to Article number 3. Remove, effective July 1st, 2027, begin sentence, the Timberlane Regional School District shall be responsible for the public education of pupils in kindergarten through grade 12, and add, as mandated by the state of New Hampshire. The rest of it remains the same.
Second.
You pass in your amendment, and it's signed, right? Oh, you have it. Can the second give their name and address, please?
Sheila Lowe's, Hawkwood Road, Sandown, New Hampshire.
For the proposed amendment to Article number 3, delete effective July 1, 2027, so that it reads in the first sentence, the Timberlane Regional School District shall be responsible for the public education of pupils in kindergarten through grade 12, adding as mandated by the state of New Hampshire, period. The rest of the article remains the same, and that's Ms. Whitman's motion made and seconded.
Moderator,
Discussion?
I'm still at the mic. I still also have a comment, please. Can I have that?
About to say, any discussion on the motion? So
Well,
yours happened to be at the mic, and she sat down, so I assume Ms. Whitman doesn't want to speak to her motion. She spoke, I guess, enough? Okay, so go ahead, ma'am.
I didn't know if I seconded if I had to go to the back of the line. Okay. I want to talk to Attorney O'Shaughnessy. Here we go, Jim. I want to make this very, very clear, because this is what I said at the public hearing, and I was told no. Once this goes into effect, before the motion, as it was written, these people were liable for full-time kindergarten to be paid by the taxpayers, correct? Right?
Can I just rephrase, because there's a lot of moving
No,
parts in
wait a
your
minute.
question?
Let me-
Well, I'm gonna rephrase, make your question make a little more sense. So are you saying if this passes, is the district gonna be responsible for fully funding full-day kindergarten? Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Now, here's the second part of that. There will be no warrant articles put up
No,
for
it's gonna be in the
appropriations.
operating budget.
It goes into the budget.
Yep.
We don't have a say. Now.
So let me
one-
answer that question to explain why, because I think it's important.
Because we agreed
If you agree that you're going to provide full-day kindergarten, right? That becomes part of your operating budget.
Oh,
You don't
I
get to
understood
choose not to do it anymore.
I
You offer
understood that.
full-day kindergarten, you pay for it, it's an operating
Correct.
budget. So you wouldn't put a separate article asking to appropriate that money because you have to pay for it.
Jim, that's exactly what I said at the public hearing, by
Okay.
the way, when you weren't here.
Yep.
So my next comment is, not only does the district automatically pay for it, it gets thrown in the budget. We don't know what it's going to be because really haven't gotten a good answer. But I have another funny thing. We had a facility meeting on the 28th, and one of our schools, Sandown Central, does not have a working kitchen. Right now, they're getting their hot lunches from Sandown North. They bring them down. So it was discussed in this facility meeting to get prices to redo this kitchen. For 65, we have right now kindergartens that are full-time, that not all take full hot lunch. That I estimated anywhere between $1.5 million and $2 million. We voted on that years ago. Voters said no, we were not going to renovate that kitchen. So that is going to be an added cost in this. I'm just putting it all up front. This just happened. I knew nothing about it at the public hearing. That will be added. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Michael Boucher Atkinson. Actually, I don't know if the person who proposed this new amendment, you could explain those changes.
Do you wish to do so, Ms. Whitman?
I'll try. I'm not sure. I thought I explained it, but okay. What it does is it makes it effective immediately. That's the first change. And the second one says that it's going to be as mandated by the state of New Hampshire. Right now, the state of New Hampshire mandates half-day kindergarten, and we can offer full-time. That was the goal of this article, was to be in line with what we're currently doing. So I'm just basically rephrased it in that way except taking the date, making it present.
Thank you. That answers his question.
Kim Farrow, 189 Beach Plain Road, Danville. I spoke at the public hearing also, and I was surprised, Mr. Woodworth, when you just mentioned that there was no cost to this warrant article. That was clearly articulated at the public hearing, that there would be both a loss in revenue and a cost to the district. And by state accounting, one kindergarten student costs us about $18,000. So to say that we're going to be getting $4,500 from the state is certainly not going to cover the cost. And to also try to state that, well, we already have all these other students in here, so it's not $18,000, is also not a correct statement. So I just want somebody on the board to tell me what the cost of kindergarten is going to be. And I do want to caveat this. I'm not opposed to full-time kindergarten. There are many benefits to full-time kindergarten. I paid for full-time kindergarten for my daughter for that reason. But to be fair to the voters, you need to understand and explain to them what the costs are going to be. So what is the cost of kindergarten?
Anyone wish to answer that on the, Ms. Knudsen?
If we did it next year, it would cost us $300,000.
Let me just state for the record that at the public hearing, we were told that it would be one more full-time equivalent, a 1.5 full-time equivalent, one full-time equivalent, and now we're down to $300,000. There's just no way that full-time kindergarten addition could cost this district only $300,000. I would dispute that wholeheartedly, as a former school board chair.
What I'd like to do is have the superintendent go through the PowerPoint that shows exactly where we came up with that $306,000 difference between what we're affording now and what we would afford if we moved to full-time K next year.
This is the amendment.
We're on the amendment, but the last speaker brought up the regular cost of the full-time kindergarten, because if you don't pass the amendment, she wanted to know what would it cost. So I think that related to the amendment. I'm not going to cut in to let the superintendent speak. He has a right to speak because he was voted to speak, but I'd like to hear from the people first that are standing at the mics, and then I'll go to the superintendent.
Thank you.
So, Mr. LeBrecq, you're next.
Ryan LeBrecq, 174 Main Street. First off, I'm a bit taken aback that there's an open discussion between the board and the legal representative of like, why is that discussion taking place here? If you didn't know whether this was right or not, you should have conferred with him before you wrote the darn thing, in my opinion. Our legal representation made a comment that, you know, we're currently in compliance. So my question is, are we currently in compliance with our articles as they currently sit without this modification?
Mr. Shaughnessy, do you want to respond to that question about compliance?
Yes, you are. The reason you're in compliance is that you've got to follow state law, first of all. So your articles may be out of date with state law, but that doesn't mean you're not in compliance. And the full day portion of kindergarten is funded right now by the parents, so I don't think you're out of compliance there as well. You're not required to provide that kindergarten, but I don't think the articles of agreement prevent the board from, and the district from allowing it as long as it's cost-free or neutral.
Okay, so, you know, in my opinion, this is just another ruse by trying to explain it as, oh, we're just trying to update so we're in compliance. We're in compliance. This is not even needed. The reason this is being brought up is because this board already tried to implement full-time kindergarten without the voters' input, and it was pointed out that they were not lawful in doing so, so they weren't able to do it. So they don't like to hear no, they just want to hear yes all the time, so they brought this forth. And we are currently in compliance. This is not needed. The other question I have in regards to the $306,000 set forth, what is the current revenue brought in from the, you know, full-time or the second half of the kindergarten that parents are paying for currently?
The superintendent would answer that.
Last fiscal year is about $700,000 of tuition revenue for kindergarten.
Okay, so if we're losing $700,000 by going to full-time kindergarten and paying for it in full, how could it possibly only cost $300,000 to implement? Can you show it?
Mr. Superintendent, go ahead.
Because we would be collecting additional adequacy revenue for the kindergarten students attending full-time, which would equate to about $400,000. In the math, 700 minus 400 comes to a net cost of $300,000, sir.
Fair enough. What's the current enrollment of half-day kindergarten?
We have about 232 kindergarten students with us right now. About 189 of those are full-time.
Okay, so your projections don't include the added cost of the additional 40-odd people that you're paying for that are now going to be full-time as well?
No, they do. They're included.
How much extra per what extra per student are you referring to? Is this the $4,500 from the state? Is that?
Mr. Moderator, if I could, a lot of these questions are on the 3 slideshow presentation
Yes,
I
and
have
you
to get to the cost. I'd like
People
to
in
be
the
able to
audience
deliver
didn't
that.
want them to talk, and now you're asking them all sorts of questions.
So
So
the next-
if
the-
you're going
the
to
last
ask them,
question I
excuse me,
have-
Mr. LeBrecq, if you're going to ask the superintendent the question, I think we ought to give him an opportunity to go through those numbers for you, since you asked him the question.
We can
Now
defer,
I think it's in
defer
order.
that to later.
I think it's in order
And
for him to,
The
excuse me.
last question that I have is for.
No, we haven't finished your first
Okay,
question.
that's fine.
Thank you.
I'm rescinding the first question. So we can move on.
It's
Thank
been
you.
asked.
In regards to,
I'm going to let the superintendent answer that, because you
fine.
can't wholeheartedly give a question, rescind it because you're not wanting the answer. So I think you ought to get the answer for the benefit of all of our members
Perfect.
and voters. So let the superintendent speak on that issue.
I
On
need
that
an
issue,
opportunity
Mr.
to stand for a while
Superintendent.
anyway.
Anthony, could I please ask that you put up appendix number 5? It's also page 5 of the PDF. Again, it's page 5 of the PDF.
There you go. That was it.
Thank you. Next slide. Next slide. This is our current situation on our fiscal 25 operating budget. These are the pieces that are currently included in the operating budget. 13 and a half full-time equivalent K teachers. You can see the dollar figure there at $1.3 million. That's salary and benefits. We have a transportation contract that's required and in place. That's across our whole district. It's for regular education transportation, $2.7 million. We would not be adding any routes to those. There's also money in the operating budget for facilities, including capital improvement, repair and maintenance, and facilities staff. And there's also classroom materials for kindergarten that are currently in the operating budget. Next slide, please. This is the loss of revenue the district would assume if we move to full-time tuition-free kindergarten next year. These are fiscal actuals from '24. You can see the 4 towns there and the tuition revenue for kindergarten only collected from those 4 towns for a grand total of $709,238 of collected revenue. Next slide, please. This is the gain of adequacy revenue that we'd receive I was referring to earlier. This would be a fiscal 26 projection if the district was moving there next year, which it has expressed its intent is not to do. Currently, we receive $2,132.82 additional per student. That would double the first year of kindergarten with a non-competitive grant, and then that would become whole. So full-time kindergartens would be receiving double the adequacy next year, which would mean Timberlane would be collecting $403,102.98 of additional revenue. Next slide, please. And there's our simple subtraction problem. When we look at what we are currently collecting in tuition, when we look at what we're going to be bringing in additional adequacy money, we have gone to the exercise and looked at the cost of kindergarten as the difference between those two numbers, which currently stands at $306,135.02.
Do you have one more question, Mr. LeBrecq?
How long does this additional funding, is this in perpetuity?
It's in perpetuity.
Okay, and that funding is from where?
It's adequacy money from the state of New Hampshire. And it's also warranted, which means that it is it will come and cannot be taken away, just like the adequacy money that every student here at the district receives, grade 6, grade 12, grade 9.
So my last
Mr.
comment.
Smith is reminding me, even though he didn't give his name, that you had your 5 minutes, and I see all
The
sorts
5
of
minutes
people
is me talking for
waiting.
5 minutes, not other people's responses.
You can go to the end of the line, Mr. LeBrecq, and once everybody else has an opportunity, if you're still in the line, you can come back.
So this is not needed, the changes aren't needed, we are in compliance.
Holly Patterson, Plastow, 24 Brady Circle. Mr. Moderator, Mr. Woodworth, initially in his presentation said that there would be zero cost to the taxpayers. Only when my good neighbor asked the question, did we get a number of 300,000? But we have an average of what it costs to educate a full-time kindergarten student of approximately $18,000 per student. If you have 239 students enrolled today, that's $4,302,000. It doesn't add up. Sorry.
Thank you.
Marianne Springer, 160 Sandown Road, Danville. I'd like to go back to the amendment that has been put on the floor. By removing the date of July 1st, 2027, this warrant article would become effective as soon as voted, which would mean for the next school year. By adding as mandated by the state of New Hampshire, it puts us clearly in compliance. We're in compliance now because state law supersedes our articles of agreement. So the change isn't necessary, but it does clarify things. Since the board proposed an effective date of July 1st, 2027, that gives us 2 more voting and budget cycles to plan and identify true costs and re-ask the voters about their true support for full-day public kindergarten. And speaking on behalf of any people who are in the district who might have a student due to go to kindergarten next year or the year after, if this warrant, as originally written, were to pass, I would expect them to be up in arms about still paying $4,500 tuition when a couple years later, if their kid was a little bit younger, they'd be absorbing the cost through their taxes. I won't say free because nothing's free. And so I do believe at the public hearing, Dr. Martin said the reason for the July 1st, 2027 date was to give time to plan and implement and understand costs. And I believe that the amendment to this warrant article does exactly what is needed, brings us in line and delays the cost implications and gives time for planning. Thank you.
I had someone on the podium. You wanted to speak?
Just circling back to the actual cost, so there is an economy of scale. So if you have a kindergarten class with 2 students with 1 teacher as opposed to 4 students with 1 teacher, the cost does not double. It halves. If you're driving a truck full of bananas from Florida to New Hampshire, there's a certain cost. If you double your banana load, your costs do not double. Not that our children are bananas.
Yes, sir. And then we'll go to you.
Atkinson. So I'm actually going to add to what Mr. Sherwood just said. So right
I wouldn't
now we
advise
have,
that.
right now we have, I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but I believe every school except for the TLC has at least 2 kindergarten classes. And I believe the max ratio is 20 students per classroom. Right now, from what I remember, we are not maxing out those classrooms because we are charging tuition. In addition to that, we also occupy those same classrooms for half day. So we're not fully utilizing these classrooms. And if you were to, I believe it was slide number 9, if you go back to that slide, the cost for tuition and the cost for the full-time teachers, number 8, sorry. Before that, sorry. There we go, right there. So right there, so the cost for teachers and the transportation cost contract, that equals roughly the same amount that Mrs. Patterson just mentioned. A lot of these costs are shared. I mean, we've already kind of discussed this already. So part of that calculation of saying it's $18,000 per student is entirely inaccurate. You can't calculate that way. You would have to apply that same logic to every single grade, and it just doesn't work. The same transportation it's all contracted for all grades at once. We're not separating it. Okay, it's one cost. Anyway, in addition to that, the tuition is being charged by people from your community. It's, as Mr. Krieger said, right now it's roughly about 189 families. I mean, that doesn't really make much sense. I mean, if you're trying to operate all these classrooms, we're already spending about $4 million right now, all of us as taxpayers, I would think we'd want to try to utilize those classrooms and utilize the transportation as efficiently as possible. In addition to that, the actual cost, as they mentioned before, is about $300,000. It actually could be less if we had more students enrolled because we'd receive more adequacy aid. We could have, if I remember from the public hearing, we could have up to 280 students without having to hire another teacher. So, for the cost of about 5 dozen eggs to every taxpayer per year, we could educate every child who's eligible for kindergarten. And I think that's much more important than trying to find a tiny bit of savings.
Yes, ma'am.
Lynn Jeffries, 12 Ridgewood Road, Plastow. 2 comments. First of all, we do calculate costs per student. Elementary school is around $20,000 per student. So saying kindergarten is 18 is that it's not, that's what it is. The reason I came down here is if we talk about that adequacy, and I mentioned this at a previous meeting here, New Hampshire is notorious for starting funding and stopping it. So to count on that 400,000 year after year, I think is unreasonable.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Kayla Gallagher, Atkinson, 9 Stonewall Terrace. And so I hear a lot about the money, and that's really important. I want to come at this from the lens of the student. So, you know, when the gentleman, I forget your name, introduced the bill you talked about, or the amendment, whatever it's called, you talked about how we need this full-day kindergarten to get our students ready for reading. Well, I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but recently there was a study done by BC, a very good college, as we can all agree, that when students first start learning reading at age 7, they have better outcomes. So why do you want to start at kindergarten, I would pose. The other thing is our children, so as a college professor, I see these students coming from high school to me who are riddled with anxiety and depression because of the pressure that we are putting on them. Let these kids be kids. We don't need to start educating them about reading lessons and all this crazy stuff at kindergarten. Keep them home with the parents who love them the most. Thank you.
First of all, Nolan Pelletier, 24 North Ave. I'm in favor of this amendment. Secondly, if it's in order, Mr. Moderator, I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules and limit talking to 2 minutes in the matter of time. It's almost 10 o'clock and we have a lot to go through. So I think if we suspend the rules and we shrink that time from 5 to 2 minutes, it might make this process go quicker.
You have the right to make that motion. It's in order. Do we have a second? I heard Mr. Smith because he's making himself visible tonight. So we'll recognize Mr. Smith from Atkinson as the second. Any discussion on the motion to cut the time to 2 minutes?
I think it was pretty explanatory in my thing, so I'm not going to speak to it anymore.
Okay.
Thank you.
How about a vote? If you're in favor of cutting the time, raise your cards. I'll wait 1 minute just for the people in the supervisor's room to raise their cards, but I think it's apparent. Okay, you can put your cards down. All those opposed to cutting the time, raise your cards. I don't see hardly any, so the motion passes. Thank you. And so now the time is limited to 2 minutes. And I have someone at the mic.
Hi, Megan Ricketts, Atkinson. I think we can just all say that as far as kindergarten goes, I don't think we're going to be putting the kids through rudimental. We're not expecting them to do long division, algebra, and all this reading. It boils down to golden rule status stuff, teaching kids to speak to their peers kindly, teaching them to share, teaching them some values that I think we could probably all use in this room as well.
Thank you.
Go to that, Mike.
Lindsay Ryan Wills, Maple Ave, Atkinson. I am in favor of this amendment because I think it clarifies a few things. One, and this is partially a question I have for legal counsel, if we make this change, and the language here now says that this is immediate, but we also, as amended, say according to state standards, right? The language that was there, the state mandate. Wouldn't that mean that we are only required to provide half-day? And would we then still be subject to the full cost of kindergarten built into the operating budget as has been stated earlier, right? If this is amended, aren't we only responsible for half-day?
Yes.
So
Yeah,
the cost of
yes.
full day wouldn't automatically be snuck into the operating budget as people would suggest?
So yes, and to be clear, I am in support of the article being amended so that it is clearly in compliance with what you're currently doing. You should have articles of agreement that are up to date. If you want full-day kindergarten, it needs to say that. If you're going to stick with half-day kindergarten, the amendment does that.
Perfect, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Cassie Alder, 33 Sawmill Road in Danville. I am a mom of 3. My first daughter went to half-day kindergarten. She did wonderful, wonderful teacher. My next 2 children, I'm not sure if they would do well in only half-day and then go to first grade. The expectations that are on kindergarten students right now are huge, and I agree they need to play. I agree they should be home with their moms. Moms have to work, so sometimes full-day kindergarten is the option. I now work in the school, so now I really see firsthand how kindergarten has expanded so much and those expectations are so much. And also, again, working in the school, going through these special education processes with first graders that went to only half-day K, those kids are coming up because they can only afford the free, but they need the education of the full. And we're doing them an injustice. And you should all be ashamed of yourselves for not putting our kids first.
Moderator, I'd like to call the question.
I didn't see anybody else at the mic, so we'll call the question. I'm not going to ask for a vote on it. All those in favor of the amendment, let me read the amendment again. Delete effective July 1, 2027. So it reads now, the Timberlane Regional School District shall be responsible for the public education of pupils in kindergarten through grade 12 and add, as mandated by the state of New Hampshire. The rest of the article remains the same. If you're in favor of that amendment, please raise your cards. I'll ask my assistant moderators to count. Well, I think I know what the count will be. Keep your cards up till they tell you to put them down, please.
Somebody already came by. This looks pretty obvious, right?
Okay, you can put your cards down. If you're opposed, please raise your card.
It would have been a bad look. Now at this stage.
This amendment was to take back.
Oh, absolutely. Sandra, maybe Sandra would shit after the budget being slashed so much. I don't even know if 5 would be enough next year. If it was reasonable, 5 would be reasonable. Because, I mean, we've been living at 3.5. Yeah. Still living at 3.5, which is better than any of the towns. Yeah. But after last year's slide, after this slash, 2 hours. I don't know that would be enough.
Yeah, they get 2 minutes.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
2 hours.
2
2
hours. No,
hours.
I was just kidding.
Insurance, they're going to be up about 7%.
So we have results. On the motion to amend, those in favor, 261. Those opposed, 39. The amendment passes. So now we're on the article as amended. Any further discussion on that Article 3 as amended?
Motion to restrict reconsideration, Mr. Moderator.
I have a motion to restrict. Who's going to second it? Name and address. You hear that, Peter Roche? Sunrise Terrace, Plastow.
The amendment.
I think somebody said 21. 20. If you're in favor of a restriction, please raise your cards. Okay, you can put them down. If you're opposed to restriction, raise your cards. I knew that the ayes have it. So the ayes have it. That article is restricted from reconsideration. Article 3. Moving on. Article 4, 2.5% tax cap on operating budget by petition. The primary petitioner, who was that? Can somebody tell me? Sean O'Neill? Okay, so Mr. O'Neill, once I'm done, we'll ask you to speak on it first, okay?
Okay.
Shall the Timberlane Regional School District, TRSD, vote to adopt the provisions of RSA 25:5 b and implement a tax cap whereby the governing body and budget committee shall not submit a recommended budget that increases the amount to be raised by local taxation based on the prior fiscal year's actual amount of local taxes raised by more than 2.5%. A 3/5 majority vote is required at the polls. Just to place it on the ballot as written for discussion. And do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded. And would you like to speak to your motion that you brought?
Yes,
the
thank you.
petition. Go ahead.
Moderator. It has been what we've been dealing with tonight. The ability to govern and use our tax dollars wisely. And it's been clearly shown for the last couple of years that that has not been the case. And what this is to put in sort of a circuit breaker such that we don't experience a 10 to 15% increase, which blew everybody's budgets, local budgets as well. When everybody on that board at that time, were bare bones budgets, no frills. We needed this due to all these other things, sold it hook, line, and sinker. That's exactly what happened. This is going to eliminate it. They cannot come to this meeting with recommended budgets that are more than 2.5%. And that includes, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. O'Shaughnessy, is collective bargaining agreements, all warrants that are going to be on there that have dollars. But they can always override it by coming here and talking to you folks and allowing you to make that decision. We will go over that 2.5%, but you need to tell us why and make a good, solid case for it. And guess what?
The people here are going to challenge you as they are today. Please support this and put the responsibility on them to come to you to ask for special exceptions to go over at. Thank you.
Mic on, please. Thank you for that. So I appreciate the nature in which this was proposed by Mr. O'Neill. I know that he's been involved in the school community and his own community for a number of years. He's been selectman in Danville for a number of years. I would humbly suggest, especially after the cuts that we have just seen through in this body, that a cap of 2.5% is untenable. There has not been a town in this district over the past 5 years that has been able to limit their own spending to 2.5%. Over the last 5 years, the budget increase, and because the speaker comes from this town, I'll mention it, the past 5 years budget increase for the town of Danville has averaged 6% a year. So to expect us to be able to live at 2.5% when a smaller town without a lot of the unknowns that the district has cannot operate at that 2.5%, but is more than double that, it seems unreasonable to expect this large body who's responsible for taking care of the children to do something that one of our smaller community towns has been unable to do with a much smaller budget.
I'm going to go to the lady at the mic, then to Ms. Costa.
Catherine Webster, 12 Jasmine Drive in Atkinson. I have a question. If this passes, will we be able as a district to meet our contractual obligations? And what happens if we cannot meet our contractual obligations?
Anyone wish to answer her question? Mr. Superintendent?
It'd be a challenge to meet our contractual obligations with a 2.5% tax cap. The second question's already been answered. If we are unable to meet those and we need to have more funds in order to pay for those obligations, we do special meeting and come back to the taxpayers.
Ms. Costa?
And I would like to make an amendment to this. Shall the Timberlane Regional School District, TRSD, vote to adopt the provisions of RSA 32:5-B and implement a tax cap where the governing body and budget committee shall not submit a recommended budget that increases the amount to be raised by local taxes based on the prior fiscal year amount of local taxes raised by more than 5%, and I would like to make this advisory only.
I have a motion to amend the 2.5 to 5% advisory only. We have a second. You wish to speak to your motion, Ms. Costa, and can you pass it down with your signature on it?
Sure.
Thank you.
I think the 2.5% is tight. We have contracts coming up. We don't know what is going to happen with the Department of Education. We have a lot of unknowns. 2.5% is just cutting our nose to spite our face at this point in time. We need to take care of the children in our district. We need to make sure we have the supports in place for all of our students, and we need to make sure our buildings are maintained. 2.5%, asking a teachers union, the TTA, the support staff to look at 2.5% over X amount or in a year, to me, for what they do in a classroom is unconscionable. I think we need to be good faith and do what's right for our students in this town, in this district.
On the motion to amend?
Jim Garrity, 14 East Road in Atkinson, and I'm asking sort of a moderator geek question here. It would go probably to
Mr. O'Shaughnessy.
Mr. O'Shaughnessy. Is this one of those articles that is sort of language that's by law, according to RSA 32.5? And in other words, can can you make it advisory only, or is that not allowed? I'm not talking about the number, I'm talking about the advisory only thing. It's a tax cap question, right? Thank you.
Yeah, so it's actually a really good question. RSA 4013, which is SB2, has a couple of provisions that limits the appropriate the amendments you can make. You're allowed to amend to change the to change the intent. You're not allowed to make an amendment to change the subject matter. It also says articles whose wording is prescribed shall not be amended. So I think it's a lawful amendment. If you want to pass a tax cap, it has to have certain language in it. If this amendment passes, you won't have a tax cap. It basically defeats the purpose. If you wanted to adopt a tax cap, you can't really play with the wording in there very much. So that's how that interplay works.
Nolan Pelletier, we good? Am I on?
I'll
my
go
show.
to Mr. Pelletier and then.
So Nolan Pelletier, 24 North Ave. Most of the stuff was answered by the attorney, I believe. This is a tactic that's used quite often. It basically guts anything, putting advisory only, makes it a poll. So I mean, even changing it to advisory only, you could have even kept it at 2.5% because it means nothing. It's just, we'll take it under advisement. So please vote this down, vote no on this, on the as amended, and put a tax cap in. Thank you.
Peter?
Thank you. Peter Corrosion, 18 Pine Knoll Drive, Atkinson, New Hampshire. So it says Article 4, 2.5% tax cap on operating budget by petition. If it's advisory only, it's not a tax cap. So I would recommend we vote this amendment down, and 2.5%. Anybody ever hear of Proposition 2.5 in Massachusetts years ago? That's what they did.
My mother lost her job.
And they've lived within that just fine.
It doesn't work.
Well, okay.
Can we
okay.
let the
So,
speaker speak? Thank you.
Thank you. And so, anyway, I ask you to vote down the amendment. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Evan Caripus, 19 Little Mill Road, Sandown, New Hampshire. I'm a teacher out of district. I live in Sandown, obviously, and we just went through negotiations in regards to the 2.5%. We get a 2% raise over the 3-year contract we just made, and it doesn't even show up in my paycheck after taxes. So if you expect people to show up to work and get a 2% raise and educate your kids, and then on top of that, you want to cut the budget really low, beyond what they recommended, the lowest one, the second to last one. I'm all for that one. You're out of your minds. No one in here is going to go to work and work for less money in a building falling apart and then say, oh, you only get 2.5%. None of you are going to do that. Not one of you. You know it. So don't even act like you're not. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Doug Gelina, Danville, 73 Back Road. I have history working on 2 school committees. Massachusetts, we had 2.5%. And for year after year after year after year on those school committees, we never went over 2%. The school knew better. And that's what they went with, and they stayed within their budget. And when they had to go for building projects to the community, they were rewarded with new buildings and new additions because the people knew they were spending their money wisely. So yes, this is done. 2.5% is a great starting spot. They still have the opportunity to come here and sell it. Nothing more to say. Thank you for your time.
So I'll go to Mrs. Paychick.
Louise Pajak, 17 Hawkwood Road, Sandown, New Hampshire. You can't compare Massachusetts to New Hampshire. Massachusetts has money from the state. We don't have any money.
Just for something for everybody to think about when we're looking at this 2.5%. Currently, 72% of our budget is tied up with salaries and benefits. So, in order to give a 2% or 2.5% increase in salary, which would be below inflation for all of our teachers, they would be losing money every year they stayed at Timberlane. That would assume that their health insurance, those benefits, increased by 0. When's the last time any of us paid less than 10% increase year over year for our health insurance? So with this 2.5% cap, in order to pay for their health insurance, and stay at that 72.5%, we would have to cut their pay or cut the teachers. Make no mistake about it, the numbers are the numbers with this one. 72.5% salary and benefits.
Yes, ma'am.
Aaron White, Sandown, New Hampshire. I'd like to remind everyone in the room that we voted for teacher contracts and raises that are stepped over the next few years. That 2.5% cap would disallow those raises. We'd have to go into override in the next election. This is irresponsible.
You going to speak, ma'am?
Oh, do I ever. Attorney O'Shaughnessy, could you tell me, please, what supersedes a union contract to the 2.5% cap? If the contract is passed through warrant article, it's a done deal, am I correct? Thank God.
The cost increases for the contract in years 2 and 3 are part of your operating budget, which has to come under the cap.
Okay.
Okay, so part 2, under the new amendment to the law, all articles with a taxing cap, so your operating budget and everything has to come in under the cap. So it's a cap on all your spending.
Okay, my other comment is, the SAU put out a page at the joint meeting. Before we hit 16% increase, I think the highest we went was 2.9. There were years that we were 0.7. This can be done if you're doing it wisely. But this year alone, we just got done saying we're going to have a $9 million surplus. I still don't understand the whole extra $7 million, so we'll talk later on that. But this has been done in the past. Historically, it shows it. Am I happy with it? I get mixed feelings on this one, to be perfectly honest with you. But from your own numbers, it's been done.
Yes, sir. Here on my right.
Michael Torres, 82 Providence Hill Road, Atkinson. Just from seeing what this body did tonight, we changed the budget, so we really don't need this cap because we have the right to do that. But I just want to, applaud the committee because for the past 2 years, you guys have massively underspent your budgets. So where we cut the budget by the range of $6 million, you've saved that much in the last 2 years. So you guys, whatever number we've budgeted, the committee has, spent way under that number, if I'm correct.
Thank you, sir. Over here.
To address, Mr. Moderator, to address Mr. Sherwood's comments, there are provisions in here to override it. You just missed those parts that I talked about. You can come here to this meeting and ask the legislative body to override that. And if your argument is good enough, we'll support it. Because Ms. Costa, I would maybe even support entertaining increasing that from 2.5 to something else. But with you putting advisory only, you just sealed your fate.
Mr. Moderator, may I respond?
I'm going to let this man talk, and then we'll come to you.
Thank you, Brian Stack, 20 Partridge Lane, Plastow. I guess I'll ask the moderator, although I have a feeling this will be a question for Mr. O'Shaughnessy. Are we aware of how many New Hampshire communities currently have a tax cap in place? Ballpark?
You able to answer that?
I'm
Mr.
personally aware of one traditional school district. There are a lot of cities. I've heard the number 4 and I've heard the number 8 thrown around. I think it's less than 10.
So cities and towns different. State of Massachusetts very different. I guess my wonder, and I understand there's a motion on the table, and I'm not necessarily disagreeing with the petitioner's logic of looking at it. I don't know enough about this. And to your point, there's not a lot of schools, districts that are doing this right now. I really wish this community would think forward before doing something that might potentially harm, and say, maybe this is worth our time to look at for a year and have a committee together to actually study what this would mean so that we get all of these different pieces? Because I think Mr. O'Neill's even trying to point out some of the different pieces that come into play that where you have that ability to override. I don't think we know enough about it. Just throwing that out there.
Here and then.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. So my hesitation with that is if we do this, we have established that we would not be able to currently fund our teachers and our paras with their salaries and the benefits with that 2.5% cap. So I would not support a maneuver or mechanism which would require this body to gather again to do the right thing, which is honor the contracts that have been made. Additionally, if there's an inclement weather and you have a certain people coming that don't want to hear the explanation as to what the surplus is, I don't have confidence, and I would not want to have to gamble on being able to convince a body of people to keep to the contracts that we have made with our teachers and our children. So for that reason, I cannot support it.
On the mic. Yes, sir, on the mic.
Mark Pasquini, Pasquini, 91 Royal Range Road, Sandown. So just a point of clarification, so I guess this would be for Attorney O'Shaughnessy. The tax cap for years 2 and 3 for all CBAs would have to be overridden to continue our contractual obligations for those CBAs if they went over the 2.5% tax cap when they're added into the operating budget.
So I feel like there's a little bit of a misunderstanding, and I think it's really, really simple. You take all of the warrant articles that have a tax cap or a tax impact, you add them all up. That's like the amount that has to be under the 2.5%. So that includes your operating budget. It's not individual warrant articles, it's the total. Okay. So you've got to find, if your contractual increase is 3, 5, whatever percent, you're going to have to absorb that somewhere else in your budget and find that money somewhere else. So that's in your operating budget. So that's how you would make that adjustment.
Right. So if if that warrant article is passed year 1, after that, it continually kind of has to be passed if it's going to increase it over the 2.5%.
The money just has to be in your operating budget in future years.
Okay.
That's the answer.
And then my second point is they mentioned not much increase in budget over a handful of years. And the teachers directly saw that impact. Before last contract, our teachers out of 18 districts, we averaged 15. And then we moved up to 13 this year. And I'm not sure that number is actually accurate, because I don't know that we looked at what the schools were making, those 18 schools were making this year. So we are still playing catch up in that. And if you put a 2.5% tax cap on it, it's going to make it hard to retain teachers. Thank you.
Michael Mascola, 63 Pollard Road, Plastow. I'm looking at, these are numbers from the SAU agenda on December 26th. It basically shows what the voted budgets have been for the last 12 or 13 years. And next to it, there's a column that says what percent change from year to year. We just did a quick average of the last 12 years, and it's less than 3%. So I'm just kind of speaking to this 2.5, and I hear the number 5. Can somebody explain to me if truly the average increase of the budget's average over the last dozen years is less than 3%, how can this be so bad? Why do we need 5, 6, 7, 8% caps if we're only averaging that much money? And don't forget, as we explained, you can still come to this body and ask for more money.
If I could speak to that, Mr. Moderator?
Yes, you asked the question, and we'll let it be spoken.
So I'm sorry, did I cut you off, Jack?
No, go ahead.
So 2 reasons. One, for the past 5, 6, 7 years or so, we've severely underfunded our capital. Hence the buildings falling apart, hence all the roofs, the air conditioners, the air handlers, the reasons that necessitated the lease. Additionally, we had something, we had to buck in some trends where our salaries and benefits actually went down because we lost so many teachers. So generally salaries, there's a step increase year after year after year. We actually bucked that trend because we lost so many salaries and we had so many open positions. That's one of the ways we're able to do that, by losing senior teachers, by having open positions and filling some of those slots with less tenured teachers who were quite honestly cheaper to hire, cheaper to pay for. That's how we were able to buck that trend.
Go to Mr. Sapia because I couldn't see him out the corner of my eye. Go
So
ahead.
I guess I'm a little perplexed by this. I have two things to say. First one is, look at what happened tonight. The system works. Therein lies the cap. You guys get to speak. You're the legislative body. You have the final say, and you did tonight. Now, do I agree with it? Probably not. But that's the way the system works. Therein lies the cap. Number two, I think Mike brought up the $17 million surplus. It's been suggested by a few folks in this room a couple of times, once out in Danville and a couple of times in here tonight, that we rushed to spend that $17 million surplus. And what I will tell you is, with the exception of the one suggestion I made to buy some loom, some Red Sox mix, and buy it in bulk and save a few bucks on delivery, which is a total of $5,000 to $10,000, I defy not only did we not try to spend anything, but we were actually rejecting proposals, rejecting requests to the tune of lots of millions of dollars. And I have the list. I'm more than happy to share it with anybody. So when people say that, let's deal with the facts. No one spent one dime of that $17 million, not one penny of it. And at the time, we were actually rejecting more stuff. And it was really because we heard the voters. We heard, I mean, the two Danville reps were like, how's that going to affect the surplus? Don't want to spend it. That wasn't me. That was the two Danville reps. So let's just be a little bit more respectful to the truth. Thank you.
Someone on the podium asked to speak. Go ahead.
I just would like to bring to everybody's attention, instead of focusing on the budget, I would like to focus on the actuals. I have here the actuals per the DRA for all of our towns, and I just want to bring to your attention that from fiscal year 2023 to fiscal year 2024, which is the last completed year, the town of Atkinson, the increase in the actual expenditure was 22.9%. The town of Danville, the actual increase for the actual expenditures was 21%. The town of Plasto had a decrease of 0.4%, and the town of Sandown had an increase of 17.1%. The 5-year actual increase for these towns are Atkinson, 40%, Danville, 38%, Plasto, 11%, Sandown, 43%. The 5-year actual increase for the Timberlane Regional School District is 6%. I just want to bring this to your attention because these are not budget numbers. These are actual expenditures. So putting a 2.5% cap when you have increases of 40, 38, 11, and 43 actual increases, I need to bring this to everybody's attention.
Someone was at the mic over here. I can't see because of the lights. Go ahead.
Jen Gessler, 3 Sunrise Terrace, Plastow. I am not in favor of this 2.5% cap. Last year, as a parent, I watched my 5th grader struggle because she did not have a teacher because we did not pay our teachers livable wages, so they quit. So my daughter went the entire 5th grade year with substitutes. Substitutes that were not curriculum planning, substitutes that were just passion out worksheets, as substitutes do. So if we keep with this tax cap, we're going to get more of that for our kids. And I understand that, budget's a big thing, but it matters to the parents the most. It's easy to say, you know, we can't spend money when we don't have kids or we don't have kids in the district. So, I mean, this is a big deal. We need teachers. And reducing their pay with a tax cap, we're going to lose that.
Mr. LeBrecq?
Ryan LeBrecq, 174 Main Street. I'd just like to say that the elephant in the room has nothing, you know, I am fully support teachers. I think they should be paid a great wage. Nothing to do with that. The elephant in the room is we are over bloated with non-teaching administrative, as in people running the schools, not teaching the kids. So let's reduce those positions and pay the teachers appropriately. Thank you.
Sweet, man.
Noah Whitman, Danville. So I want to really address the cap. I'm kind of like, I don't know where I stand on it, because the proposed budget did get cut quite a bit. So I'm having a problem with the 2.5 cap. But I really think the issue for me is it's not the teachers' salaries or their contracts. We need to do more for them. I don't see that happening that much, to be honest. But what I have noticed in the past few years is there are no warrant articles. We're not asked, do you want to spend extra money on tennis courts? Do you want to spend extra money on that? We used to see more warrant articles than we used to in the past, because now it's part of the proposed budget. And I think that's why this whole idea with the 2.5 cap came in, is to try to get us to have a voice in what we want. I don't think anyone's looking for cutting salaries for staff. I think it's more about controlling some of the facility. I don't even want to call it facilities, because I really do believe we need to maintain our facilities. But some of the extras, there's a lot of extras that I've noticed watching meetings, reading minutes and stuff, that I think that should be brought before the voters. That's where I'm coming from. So I don't know how I feel about this right now. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
One of the benefits that this warrant article will do as written, not the amendment, will allow you to address all the problems that you guys have already talked about. In regards to Jack's statement about the operating budget and the default budget, well, if you're going to come in here with, if it's accepted and you guys can do whatever you want, you're going to come to this legislative body with a high budget, and the default budget's right there. And then we have to fight like we have to do to get it down here lower. Why don't you guys take on the fight and sell it to us here on that night, making it, that's the reasoning why. Ms. Watkins, you turn around and want to go down each one of these towns. Do you know that what you guys gave in surplus back to the townships is more than the sum of all of Danville's financial obligations and payments to Timberlane, plus the entire operating budget of the town of Danville, is less than the $16 million that you guys gave back, which was close to $20 million by the time DRA got all done with it. So you want to talk about the town? Well, let's talk about the town at a different time, but have your homework done.
Mr. Garrity?
Jim Garrity, 14 East Road, Atkinson. I think we've chewed on this gum long enough. It's losing its flavor. Can we vote, move the question and vote on this amendment now?
I have my hand up.
What is your comment, Mr. Sapia? I've had a motion and a second.
I just want to put it, I wasn't referring to anything relative to the default. And to put it in perspective, I understand. I mean, I read something that in the school portion in Danville is 70% of your total tax budget. Just think about this for perspective. We have 52 employees in the Danville Grammar School. 52. That doesn't include the services they get, the middle school and the high school, and all those teachers get.
Can you wrap up, Mr. Sapia?
Pardon me?
Can you wrap up? Because it really is not relating to the motion.
To Sean's point, it's all about perspective. It's how you look at it. That's it.
So we have a motion to move the question. I'm going to move the question. So the amendment, just so you know, is to delete the 2.5% tax cap, insert in its place 5% advisory only. If you're in favor of that motion to amend, please raise your cards. I'm going to ask for a count because I think it might be close. Keep them up until the moderators ask you to put it down.
Love you, Jim. So my if it doesn't pass.
Okay, so you can put your cards down. If you're opposed to that amendment, please raise your card. Count is coming. Okay, those in favor of the motion was 134. Those opposed was 136. The motion fails. So we're back on the floor to the main motion.
I would like
Article
to make an
4.
amendment to that motion.
We have a motion to amend. What is
A
your
new motion, rather, sorry. All language as written with the exception of by more, changing that to 8% rather than 2.5.
I'll second that. Ask Pete how's the seating from the United States is going.
We'll take it at 5.
It's a proper made motion and seconded to amend 2.5 in Article 4 to 8.0. The rest of the article remains the same, so it's not not subject to just advisory. So he's at 8. Does anybody want to talk about it, or do you want to call for a vote?
Call for a vote.
Okay, so everybody at the mic said they're willing to call for a vote. So if you're in favor of the motion to amend 2.5 to 8 and leave the rest of the article as is, please raise your card.
Like I said, why not just do it here?
A day at the hospital is going to be freaky. Stab so many people.
Yeah. You driving?
No.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. You might as well just go to Boston.
Yes, you can put your cards down if you're not. If you're a nay, please raise your cards to the motion to amend. Vote is coming. And the motion to amend 2.5 to 8. So on the motion to amend, those in favor, 132. Those opposed, 140. Motion fails.
Moderator, I'd like to call the original question, please.
I see Mr. Stack at the mic. I'm going to ask what was he up for?
Yeah, I just had a question, and I'm going to offer an amendment if makes sense. I asked the question before, but it wasn't appropriate time. Would it make sense for us to take some time to try to study this? Because I just feel like I've heard a lot of people come to the mic and say, I'm not sure how I feel about this. This is a big decision that we're making in this community right now. There's a lot of things on the line. Does we've already figured out what's happening for next year. What's the harm in trying to actually study the impact of this? I asked Mr. O'Shaughnessy how many districts have implemented something like this. I know he doesn't have an exact number, but he gave me something that was pretty small number. I think it's worth our while. So my amendment shall.
Order, Mr. Moderator. No, excuse, he's in the middle. You can't do that.
I can.
Your point of order is what?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, Peter Trojan, 18 Pine Knoll Drive, Atkinson. There was a motion to call the question. There was a second.
I always say if somebody's at the mic, I let them speak, Mr. Terosian, so I'm letting him speak, but it appears like he might have another amendment, but he doesn't know how to word
I
it.
do. Shall the Timberlane Regional School District vote to establish a committee to study the feasibility and impact of RSA 32:5-B and implementing a tax cap, and the language can stay the same?
I'll second that.
I have a motion made and seconded.
Ow.
We can ask Mr. O'Shaughnessy, but I think that you can make it a study, and he's got the same subject matter, it's just study, similar to the prior motion that said make it advisory. But is making it a study appropriate for a motion?
I mean, I agree with everything he said. It's not an illegal amendment. It will defeat the intent, and you will not have a tax cap, but it's not illegal.
For this year.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to study it.
We're going to study. That was my point. I'm just saying, I wasn't saying it was a bad idea. What I was saying was, I don't know enough about it. I think there's other people that don't know enough about it. What's the harm in actually trying to put in the time to study it?
You vote it down.
That's
Mr.
Okay.
Moderator.
Well,
point of order. The question was called. The question is when the question is called, it's non-debatable. If we're not going to vote on the original motion, then I'm going to overrule the ruling of the chair.
It wasn't called.
It was
wasn't
called. She called the question, and I seconded it.
But Nolan, I was
I recognize the gentleman. If you
Okay.
want to object to allowing him
I
to
do object.
submit
I would
the
like to-
motion,
yeah.
and you think it's out of order and you get a second, then we'll take a vote. But I do believe
Fine,
he's
call
in
the
order.
question. It's just going to be faster.
Let's do it again, one more time.
I don't understand what do
Do
it
you want
again
my
means.
amendment?
He has an
Okay.
amendment, it's made and seconded. Why don't we just take a
Seconded.
vote
We're
on the
asking
amendment, and then
to-
we can move on.
We're asking to call it, vote on it.
Then, Mr. Moderator, will you recognize the lady from Sandown and her motion?
I'll be happy to recognize her, but if you follow procedure for the last 12 years, there's no need to make a motion if there's no further amendments or amendments on the floor. It will automatically go on the ballot as written. And I've said that earlier tonight, but maybe you didn't hear me, but thank you. Okay, so I had somebody at the mic. Thank you. My rules were adopted. Somebody was at the mic. I let him speak. We've had plenty of motions here, and I've allowed all the motions. I think the gentleman should have an opportunity to be heard with the second, and we could quickly take the vote, and then you'll find out what happens.
I agree. Can we call?
Thank
the
you,
vote?
ma'am. Yes.
Thank
So
you.
would you submit the? You did.
I gave it.
Okay.
Did anyone second it?
Yes, I had a second up here, I thought. Mr. Sapia seconded it. So shall the Timberlane Regional School District vote to establish a committee to study the feasibility and impact of RSA 32:5-B and implementing a tax cap? And then he goes on, the rest will essentially read the same, he says. So he's turning this into a study committee. On the motion, do you actually want to? Oh, these are my moderators. I can't tell the lights. Okay, if you're in favor of that, well, let's just see how many cards we get first before we go counting. If you're in favor of the motion to turn it into a study, please raise your card. And just for the sake of a quick count, you can put them down. If you're opposed to it being a study, raise your card. I think we're going to have to count again. Since the last two votes were only like 3 votes apart, we're going to count, assistants. If you're in favor of the motion to make it a study, keep your cards up. Thank you. If you're opposed to it being a study, raise your cards. And keep them up till they tell you to put them down, please. Mr. Stack, can you come forward? I don't think you signed this. Not calling the cards again. Count is coming in. The motion to amend to turn it into a study. Those in favor, 149. Those opposed, 124. The motion passes. Now, speaking to the article as amended, is there any further discussion? The article is amended.
I just want to restrict any more. Let's stop.
Can I second?
Stop.
We have a
Enough.
first and second to restrict reconsideration on Article 4 as amended. If you're in favor, raise your cards.
We want to go home tonight.
Okay, thank you. If you're opposed, raise your cards. It's restricted. Thank you. Appreciate your patience. Moving on, number 5.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes.
Scott Wallace, Wyoming's Landing, Danville. On this study committee for the previous warrant article, we have no idea who's going to be serving on this, when they're going to meet. So absent that, I don't know what we just passed, but we need, certainly not. I've done my time. So Mr. Stack is going to be the chair of this committee? Who else is going to
I'm sure
volunteer
he
to
would
serve on this
volunteer
committee?
to do that.
Of everybody
but
who voted yes for that,
we can ask
want to
Mr.
see some,
O'Shaughnessy. The
volunteers.
vote, can we have some quiet? Thank you. You had a good question. The motion and the vote was simply that the Timberlane Regional School District establish a committee to study the feasibility. Mr. O'Shaughnessy, does that give us enough? Who's going to establish the committee? That's the question.
The board.
There's your answer.
That's not, that's...
And you know this how?
Article 5.
But still a question.
Well, he said the board's going to establish
Yeah,
it.
the board
And
is
I already
the
started
The
calling
person who
Article
made
5.
that motion did not establish that in their motion. So
Yeah, I mean, that's
I
pretty
would question
common, so the legal answer is the board is the elected governing body. They get to decide how that committee will be comprised.
So we know we're going to get from this study committee, the same stuff we've been getting for the last decade. Thank you.
Article 5, lease purchase agreement by petition. Shall the Timberlane Regional School District, TRSD, vote to rescind and terminate the March 14th, 2023 adoption of Article 3, lease purchase agreement of $25,243,000 is authorized by TRSD. A majority vote is required. A motion just for discussion to place this on the ballot is written.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Sorry. Go ahead.
The motion is to put the
Yep.
warrant article on the ballot as written, and someone was a primary maker of the article. It wasn't the board, so who made the article?
I would just want to make a motion to make this article advisory only.
I would like the maker of the article just to speak on the article before we motion to make it advisory, if you wish. If you don't, that's fine. And your name for the record?
My name is Vale Freeman, and I'm from Danville. Yep.
Do you wish to speak on your petition?
Sure, I'll make a quick statement. I mentioned during the public hearing on the 16th that the warrant article was written at a time when I was still learning about the policy and procedures of the district, being new to the area. The wording does not quite get across my intent. Accordingly, I wrote and submitted a subsequent warrant article which appears as Article 6 and which expresses my intent more clearly. And if needed, I can speak to that when we get there, and I support and second Ms. Lowe's motion.
That's good, so we can move this along. So I have a first and a second after the maker had spoken to make this advisory only. Do you have that motion with your signature on it for the clerk? Thank you.
At this point, can I just call that question for time? Second.
So I see nobody at the mics, and I see that people on the podium would like to call the question, so I'm going to call the question. Her motion is to add the words advisory only to the article. If you're in favor, just raise your cards. A whole bunch. Okay, thank you. If you're opposed, raise your cards. It's apparent it passes. Any other motions on Article 5? Seeing none, nobody at the mics, Article 5 will appear on the ballot as amended. Article 6, which is the article the lady actually said she'd like to talk about. Article 6, lease purchase agreement by petition. Shall the Timberlane Regional School District, TRSD, vote to raise and appropriate $2,061,000 as voted on March 14th, 2023 in Article 3 until all prior lease expenditure amounts, including principal, interest, and prepayment penalties, are paid in full, and furthermore, vote to no longer appropriate for any future phasing as relates to the March 14th, 2023 adoption of Article 3, lease purchase agreement of $25,234,000. Majority vote required. Just the motion for discussion. Place this on the ballot as written.
So moved.
A second? Somebody? Second? I have a second here. The maker that said this is your real petition, would you like to speak on this one?
Yes, again, my name is Vale Freeman, and I'm from Danville. I'm sorry, 76 Highland. So this lease purchase agreement amazes me. It amazes me that it passed without the taxpayers knowing two vital pieces of information: the interest rate and whether or not there would be a prepayment penalty. In fact, just so the audience is aware, the research I did shows that the warrant failed in Sandown, passed by 3 votes in Plastow, passed by only 20 in Danville, but passed in Atkinson. So someone rallied the troops in Atkinson. However, having said that, my research also indicates that 3/4 of the towns had less than 20% voter turnout for that March voting period. It amazes me that this would pass with the administration indicating that the lease purchase agreement warrant article needed to pass before they could shop the lease, and therefore didn't have terms to present to the taxpayers. In fact, when questioned about a prepayment penalty at the deliberative prior to voting, the information I found was that the taxpayer was told that there would be no prepayment penalty. It amazes me that when a member of the administration was asked at a joint public meeting in the fall about the administration of the lease product, a course which is required by the lease documents, the answer was along the lines of, "This was done in college." In fact, in the purchase orders obtained from a right to know, indicate that several payments were made out to municipal leasing consultants for phase 2 of the lease. This amount is approximately $23,000, well over the $5,000 that the school board voted to use to have the same company shop the lease. It appears that this company is still being used to administer the lease. This same administration member, when reporting to the school board after the RFP went out, was surprised that the only 2 respondents came back with products that included prepayment penalties.
Can you bring your speech to a conclusion?
I-
Because they voted to give you 2 minutes and your 2 minutes are up.
I
so.
beg your pardon, one more sentence. Again, a piece of information the public should know, TD Bank, the bank where the district accounts are held, didn't want to touch this. Thank you.
Another speaker at the mic?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, I want to point out that there's a Scribner error on the 25 million over on the cent side. There's a couple extra zeros there, or an extra zero. So
Well, I can't see the screen, sir, so
just
what
to
does
point
it
it on
read?
out. But my question specifically is going to be in regards to, we had 2 warrant articles on here about this topic, the last one and this one. My question is to Mr. O'Shaughnessy. Since both of them were done by the original petitioner, could the previous one have been modified to this exact verbiage on its own right here at this place?
Yes.
Then I would say, then why was the administration telling the applicant, the citizen's petitioner, about all these complexities and that the problems with it, and then that she had to do another one to make it come through? That, to me, was not called for, and I've even told the petitioner that you could do this right here. You didn't have to write another one. Creates 2 warrant articles talking about the same thing. People here might be able to recognize everything, but you're going to go into the voting booth and you're going to have 2 warrant articles. One's advisory that talks a little bit about this one that's the real one. Creates confusion, and I believe that that was done on purpose. And that's my opinion.
Can I just want
Yes,
to,
Mr.
I
O'Shaughnessy,
just want
go ahead.
to provide a little legal guidance on this article. It's as written. If this passes, what I believe DRA would do is they would appropriate $2,061,000 for the next fiscal year. I mean, this is literally asking to appropriate that money. It seems like there's a preposition in there, like until all prior lease expenditure amounts. That's not how it works. This is an appropriation warrant article. If that's what you want to do, go ahead and do it. But that's the effect of this. The other part of this, where it says like, and furthermore vote to no longer appropriate for any future phasing. That may be like, I think the goal here is to try to like direct the board not to enter into further phases of the lease. If that's the goal, it needs to be more clear. It's not like, this is not clear enough, I think, to have that effect. So someone's got to come up with ways to amend it. I don't know if you have that already prepared, but we talked about it at the public hearing. I raised these concerns at that point. Anyway, just passing that along.
Go to the mic and then here.
Thank you. Brian Boyle, 24 Winslow Drive, Atkinson. Thank you for those comments, Jim, because I'm kind of confused at this article in general. Being on the board, that actually was the author that pushed this. I'm dead set against cutting any money. There's about $12 million left, and there's a lot of work to be done around here. So I have no idea why would be debating over an interest rate, whatever the rate is. There was no big debate 2 years ago about the actual interest rate. The board with EEI, and I think EEI has been taking some bashing, and they've done a pretty good job for the district as far as I'm concerned. That even though a member of EEI had reached out to me and asked me to put a plug in for them, they're a pretty good outfit, and they've done a pretty good job for Timberlane. So I'm not a Facebook guy, so people got to get off that EEI craze. But I just want to speak against this article because this makes no sense. Why you're halfway through a projects, you clearly don't even have enough money to finish what you're trying to do with only 12 million left, and the last thing you should be doing is putting another obstacle in the way.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't understand the question, Sheila. Well, going back to just about what's to be done.
Shouldn't be asking you a question.
I'm
I
sorry.
had somebody here that wanted to speak,
Yeah,
so
I don't,
he can get up to the mic if he wants to ask a question.
So I just want to address a couple things. The first one is this is a lease purchase agreement that was supposed to be cut in phases. So the reason why an interest rate was not shown in the warrant article is because we didn't know when the phases were going to happen and when what the interest rate will be at those phases. So I'm not sure that I understand your question.
I don't have that question. You mean
No,
the petition, you mean?
I'm sorry, yeah, I'm talking
Okay.
about what the person before you said. The other thing is, the $2 million was calculated based on, and this was presented to the taxpayers when this warrant article was presented. It was calculated on a 5% 20-year lease. And that was presented with the warrant article. Back then, you can go and watch the recorders because that was presented to the taxpayers. Also, Mr. Shaughnessy just said something when he responded the question. This is a warrant article that is going to add $2 million to the budget. I'm not sure
I don't know why that either.
if people understand that, so I just want to bring that to your attention.
I agree with you. Thanks for that, because again, this is a very confusing article the way it's worded to me. If the intent was to stop the lease, that's what it should say. But I'm against stopping a lease.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Jim, let's play this game again. Because you were the one that told me this, that there was no money in the first one because it wasn't appropriated. That's what you said at that joint hearing in regards to this, the last one. So what we did was we went ahead and changed it. We made sure that we were still raising and appropriating the same $2,061,000 so that we are still paying the debt. We did not want that part of this thing to stop. We wanted to make sure we paid the debt. The biggest issue with this lease thing at this point is that I don't have any confidence that you have somebody on this thing that can actually figure out what the priorities are now. You've gotten rid of the construction committee, which are the people who actually started this whole thing and prioritized it. And now it seems like we're going through lists going, we don't really need this now. We had a roofer come out and look at that. So this is where this came about. But as far as the $2,061,000, that's the payment we're still paying. That's already in the budget. That's how that worked out. And that's exactly kind of what you told us when we were at that joint meeting discussing this particular petition. So.
Was that a question?
No, I'm trying to figure out.
Sorry.
Jim, this is what you told us we needed to add to the first one.
I mean.
That's what you said.
I mean, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So, I don't know what, like, I said, this is what I think you're trying to do. If that's what you're trying to do, you've got to word it to, like, I can't come up with your wording. What do you want to do? There are a lot of really smart people in the room. How do you want to amend this? Propose an amendment, and then we can talk about it, and I can tell you if it works or not. But I don't know exactly what you're trying to accomplish. I honestly, I don't really know what this, so make an amendment, get a second, propose language, I'll tell you if it's going to work or not, but I'm not coming up with the language for you. That's not really an appropriate role for me today.
Before we have another speaker on this, I think two of the people on the podium made it a point, so I'm going to say it again. You passed, or at least you voted to pass, an operating budget down to $81,941,925. The people on the podium say the payment of the lease is in that. So I understand, and Jim, you can correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not always right according to my wife. If any number in Article 6 is passed, that will increase the operating budget by that number. Is that correct?
Mr. Moderator, it says as voted on March 14, 2023. It does not say add or raise.
It says to raise and
additional money.
appropriate.
When did he get the floor?
But as voted on March 14,
All right,
2023.
so legally, the best, if we take all the arguments, the best you're getting out of that is, I don't know what DRA is going to do. But what I think they're going to do, because it says vote to raise and appropriate, means raise and appropriate that $2 million from taxation. I am really confident about that. The as voted on March 20, like that, it doesn't even make sense. Like it's not how you structure a warrant article. So I think you're just at best case scenario, very confusing, and I don't know what DRA is going to do. They're certainly going to be puzzled. If you don't want an appropriation, zero out the $2 million. That's step one. You can do that. That's an allowable amendment. So start there. If you want to stop future phases, put language in there to direct the board to not, pursue future phases of the lease. If that's what you want to do, then put that in there as well. But that's kind of like, I don't know exactly what you want to do, and you folks have to come up with it. You're the legislative body. I'm just the lawyer trying to help.
Go to this to my left, and then I'll go to the speaker on my right.
My God.
Sorry to bore you. John Downing, Sandown, New Hampshire. The original lease agreement called for $2,061,000 to be raised and appropriated every single year for 20 years. We now know the first phase was made in a payment of $222,000. We now know that there is a payment of $786,000 that will be paid on phase 2. Both of these phases come nowhere near close to the $2,061,000. It was stated in a school board meeting by the superintendent that the school board will have to decide how to appropriate the unexpended money. This money was raised strictly to pay the lease and for no other reason. There should be no question as to where this money goes. So I think we can all agree up on the stage and in this crowd, this was flawed. There were many problems with this lease agreement. It should have never passed. It should have never passed without being fully vetted. And that's the reason it needs to stop. Put the brakes on.
Yes, sir.
Bob Kincaid, 76 Old County Road, Plastow. I'd like to make a motion to just call this advisory only and call the question.
And I've had my hand up for half an hour.
Well, my motion is to call the question. So.
The only question is the article as it
I
presently
want to say it
reads.
advisory only.
I've said before, if somebody new was at the mic, I'll let them speak, and then you can make your motion. So, on the main motion, because there's no amendment yet, main motion. You for or against the main motion?
I'd like to make a motion to amend
No,
this.
I'm not going to take your motion to amend, because then he was there first for an amendment. Do you wish to speak to the main motion? Probably not. Do you wish to speak to the main motion?
I thought he was calling this to question and making it advisory only.
I heard you say that you want to make a motion, but he wants to make a motion, but I'm giving you an opportunity, like I did to the other gentleman, to speak on the mic on the main motion before I let his motion come forward. I'm just asking you, do you have anything to say on the main motion?
Is his motion to call this to question or to amend it?
No, his motion is to make it advisory.
Okay.
So probably not.
Moderator.
No, I said at the mic. I'm sorry, Jack, I didn't see your hand. Mr. Lebrecht, do you have something on the main motion?
Yeah, I think to confirm, the money's in the budget, the money doesn't need to be in here, and this really should just say vote to no longer appropriate any future phasing as relates to the adoption of the lease agreement.
So we can come back to that if you wish to make a motion after we
Correct.
hear his advisory. Jack, can you make it quick?
Why don't I have 2 minutes?
Because you're a nice guy, and you're going to help
seriously,
us out
I've
move
been-
this
I've been
forward.
involved in this from day one.
Okay.
I want to piggyback on what Mr. Boyle said. At the end of the day, we have a laundry list of critical things that need to be done to the district. Do I think it's 125 million? No, I do not. But do I think there are things that absolutely positively need to be done? Yes. If you want to put an extra $3-4 million a year in the budget for the next 5 years, I'm okay with that. We'll lose the juice. We won't have to pay on the juice. But at the end of the day, to say there's no one qualified, Mr. Boyle's been involved, Kim Farrer's been involved, I've been involved. I've gone on every single roof in the district. It literally in the academy, it looked like someone had rolled 50 basketballs underneath the rubber roofing. Look at the cost of inflation, 40%. We're paying 40% more. We're paying 40% more, and if you stop this and you get rid of this, well, you know what? You're going to end up having to do the work, and you're going to end up paying more later on. This is, again, you will be making the same mistake over and over again. To say we don't have qualified people on this, I literally have been involved in half the projects. I go out on Sunday mornings and take pictures of all the work being done to protect you, protect your interests. So those are things that we do. EEI has done a good job on the roofing, on the on the HVAC systems, but the envelopes, we have a high school that leaks like a sieve, and that work needs to be done, or else it's just going to cost us a lot of money in the future to make it right, and that's just something that gets worse. So Mr. Boyle is dead right. Why walk away from it? And by the way, it doesn't mean that we have to spend it. So you only pay interest on what you borrow. It gives us the option. It gives us options. Although I do want to mention that the petitioner and her husband have come to every school board meeting, and I do appreciate your participation and your interest and your concern. Thank you.
Had amendment, did we have a second to the amendment? To add it advisory only?
Second.
And you just, Jim Garrity, Atkinson. Street address, Jim? So you can get it later. So how about, we're going to call this one? The motion is simply to add at the end of this advisory only. Advisory only. If you're in favor of that, please raise your card. For now, put them down. If you're opposed, raise your cards. I see a lot of cards. So again, if you're in favor of the motion to make it advisory, so they're not actually raising $2,061,000 extra for the budget, keep your cards up. This is for advisory only, in favor. Thank you. You can put your cards down. If you're opposed to making it advisory only, raise your card.
I'll see you soon.
Vote is coming. Favor?
Yes was 112.
Yeah, 6. So those voting to make it advisory only, 112. Those opposed, 72. So the motion passes. Now, article as amended that says advisory only. Any further people at the mic? Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to make an amendment to the motion to read, I'd like to replace the entire text than the subject, to read, shall the Timberlane Regional School District, parentheses, TRSD, parentheses, vote to stop appropriations that were authorized on March 14th, 2023 in Article 3 Lease Purchase Agreement as soon as currently contracted lease obligations have been paid in full.
Pass that in while I speak to the attorney.
Read it?
You repeat it before you
I
pass
think I
it
heard
in.
it. I just want to make sure I heard it.
Shall the Timberlane Regional School District, TRSD, vote to stop appropriations that were authorized on March 14th, 2023 in the Article 3 Lease Purchase Agreement as soon as currently contracted lease obligations have been paid in full? No.
One moment.
I don't have a piece, full size.
Oh, we have plenty of paper.
I did.
Point of order, Mr. Moderator?
What is your point of order and what is your name and address?
My name is Karsten Springer, and I am adrift on this, so I'm asking for clarification. I don't know that I've ever seen that lengthy a conversation where the rest of us were not privy to it in a public meeting. Can you please explain what I'm missing?
You're missing the answer of our attorney to the question that was asked, which was, is this a legal way to make the motion? And is the motion appropriate? And he's thinking about it.
Okay.
I don't have an answer yet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying. It's
I think
it's
Mr. O'Shaughnessy
11:25
is
at
trying to
night.
help the intent of the maker of the motion, but while he's thinking.
I mean, honestly, I don't really care about intent. I'm trying to figure out what's going to happen if this passes, right? Because these words all mean something, and so when it gets passed on to DRA, what's DRA going to? What are they going to say? And here, what are we trying to do? That's what I'm really trying to figure out. What is this? What are you trying to accomplish? The payments for this year, the $2 million are in the operating budget or whatever. I mean, the operating budget's been amended, but they're in the operating budget. This is attempting to, it sounds like, stop future appropriations. Well, the meeting only really gets to control this next year. So I'm trying to sort out what's happening here. There may be just a better word than the way you worded it, and I appreciate you came, it's very clear. But I don't think stopping future appropriations is not how we want to structure that. And so I'm trying to figure out with these guys what that means.
So when the lease purchase agreement article passed, it had future obligations as well as current. So I'm saying, basically, stop those appropriations. They're year by year appropriated.
I mean, maybe
already, right?
maybe stop expenditures would be better. Don't use the word appropriations because that's not the word. You want to stop expending funds on future phasing. That way you get rid of this appropriations part because I don't like that word. I think it has a meaning that you're not intending to use. That's up to you.
Article 5, that we just made, which was originally what the petitioner wanted.
Yeah, you didn't like the, until all prior lease expenditures had been.
I mean, that's only the beginning of what doesn't work with Article 6. There's many parts.
But if I understood you right, okay, on that, you said the 2 million in that original article would be in addition to the 2 million that's already been appropriated and will continue for 20 years. So the lease purchase agreement had that $2 million every year for 20 years. So I'm saying keep doing that until, stop that as soon as currently contracted lease obligations have been paid in full.
I mean, okay, I don't know. I don't think it's illegal. It's not improper. If it passes, then I'm not sure exactly what its legal effect would be, but I think it's fine. I'm kind of lost now. I don't really know what you can do here, whether that's going to work or not. So I'm just going to step back and let the voters do what they need to do.
So can you pass that in, ma'am? Signed, I'm sure.
Can I suggest an alternate that's basically mirroring the same thing? That maybe our council might say might be better, maybe, I don't know. It has the word expenditures in it.
For the clerk, can I ask who seconded your motion? Somebody over here.
Carson Springer.
Mr. Springer.
I know your rules had that only one motion or amendment on the floor at a time, but in the interest of time, I'd entertain hearing his wording if he thinks it's similar.
So we have a motion made and seconded. Let me just read the motion then. If he wishes to speak to the motion to offer an amendment, but back to you, we can do that for the sake of time. I don't know if we're into tomorrow already. Shall the Timberlane Regional School District, TRSD, vote to stop appropriations that were authorized on March 14th, 2023 in Article 3 Lease Purchase Agreement as soon as current by contracted lease obligation have been paid in full?
Currently.
Oh, currently. As soon as currently contracted lease obligations have been paid in full. To the motion. Mr. LeBrecq.
So what I just wanted to offer to council, maybe could be a little bit better, I'm not sure, is basically just saying, shall the Timberlane Regional School District, TRSD, vote to no longer appropriate for any future phasing expenditures as relates to the March 14th adoption of Article 3 Lease Purchase Agreement of 25234000. Is that?
That's more clear to me. I think it's kind of trying to do the same thing yours was doing. I think it's a little more clear. And so my understanding is, and Maria can talk to this as well, that the lease was agreed to. So that means in the future, the board would be appropriating money in their operating budget to pay for future payments. This is directing the board not to appropriate that money and not to enter any of the future phases of the lease. That's just to put on the record, like that's what I think you're trying to accomplish. Is everybody on the same, I mean, that's that? Okay. I think that does try to accomplish that goal. Yeah, I don't.
So we can do one or two things. The maker and the second can either amend their motion to Mr. LeBrecq's, or you can withdraw, and then we'll entertain Mr. LeBrecq since he's got it written out. What do you wish to do?
I'll rescind my amendment.
You'll what?
Withdraw my amendment.
Okay, and the second? Mr. Springer, you withdraw your second? Okay, so that places Mr. LeBrec's motion in order. Can you read that again for the record? And I'm sure you've signed the list.
I have. So, amendment to Article 6, shall the Timberlane Regional School District, TRSD, vote to no longer appropriate for any future phasing expenditures as relates to the March 14th, 2023 adoption of Article 3 lease purchase agreement of $25,234,000. Majority vote required.
That's his motion. We got a second. Name and address for the record. Thank you. I'm assuming we don't need any more discussion on this, correct? All right, so if you're in favor of this motion, I'll read it one more time. Shall the Timberlane Regional School District, TRSD, vote to no longer appropriate for any future phasing expenditures as relates to the March 14th, 2023 adoption of Article 3, lease purchase agreement of $25,234,000, majority vote required. That's our motion, made and seconded. If you're in favor of this motion, raise your cards, please. Thank you. If you're opposed, raise your cards. It's close, but I think the ayes have it, but I'm going to have for a count because we're talking about quite a bit of money. So if you're in favor of Mr. LeBrec's motion, keep your cards up, please. Thank you. The ayes can put your cards down. If you're opposed to that motion, raise your card. Count is coming. Those in favor of that motion was 73. Those opposed was 97. Motion fails. So we're on the floor again with the main motion and any other motions to be made.
As amended.
Thank you.
So I have a motion to restrict reconsideration of this as advisory only. I didn't see anybody else at the mics. If you're in favor of, did we have a second on that? We have a second. So if you're in favor of restricting reconsideration on Article 6, raise your cards. Thank you. If you're opposed, raise your cards. The ayes have it. Article 6 is restricted from reconsideration. Moving on, Article 7. Fund balance retention by petition. Shall the Timberlane Regional School District, TRSD, vote to rescind the March 14th, 2023 adoption of Article 15, fund balance retention of 5% as authorized by Timberlane Regional School District, TRSD. Majority vote required. Just to place this on the floor as written.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. Anyone? Thank you, sir. Motion made and seconded just to put it on the floor for discussion. The primary petitioner, they didn't tell me who it is. Would you wish to speak to your petition? Yes, sir. Name and address again.
John Downing, Sandown, New Hampshire. 17 Phillipswood Road. Make this short and sweet. Sad enough. We just don't trust our money in the hands of the board, period.
Speak on that petition?
He did.
Yes.
I just want to mention that any amount that is retained, if it's not used, immediately goes back to taxpayers the following year. So, really, if
I
it's
was
not
trying-
used, it goes back.
I was trying to make this short and sweet, but 2022-23 year, $5,300,000 like that was just retained and encumbered. Last year, the $16 million surplus, $3.5 million was trying to be retained until it was realized it couldn't be. And then you had to give that back too. We had to fight. Some would take credit. I don't care who gets the credit. We had to fight to get that money given back to us.
Mr. Springer?
Karsten Springer, Sandown Road, Danville. I motion to move the question.
See anybody else at the mic? So if you're in favor, well, there's no motion to move because there's no amendments. So Article 7 will appear on the ballot as written.
Make a motion to restrict consideration? Second.
I have a motion to restrict reconsideration. Who made it? Who seconded it? In the second? Okay, motion made and seconded to restrict. If you're in favor of restriction, raise your cards. Thank you. If you're opposed to a restriction, raise your cards. The ayes have it. Article 7 is restricted from reconsideration. Article 8, this is a 3-year collective bargaining agreement, cost items. We cannot amend the cost items here, but we're going to read it and someone may speak to it. Shall the voters of the school district approve the cost items included in the collective bargaining agreement reached between Timberlane Custodians Union and Timberlane Regional School Board, which calls for the following increase in salaries and benefits at the current staffing levels over the amount paid in the prior fiscal year. Fiscal year 25-26, estimated amount $138,189,000. Fiscal year 26-27, $69,332 estimate. 2027 to 2028, estimated increase $71,168. The 3-year total increase $278,689. And further to raise and appropriate the sum of $138,189 for the 25-26 fiscal year. Such sum represents the additional costs attributable to the increase in salaries and benefits required by the new agreement over those that would have been paid at the current staffing level. Majority vote required. Recommended by the school board 800, recommended by the budget committee 900. Motion to place this on the ballot is written.
So moved.
We have a motion. Do I have a second? We have a motion made and seconded. Does someone wish to speak to this, even though the cost items are not amendable?
Somebody should, it's our staff.
You don't? That's okay. Nope.
Yes.
You
yes,
do?
sir.
Okay.
This is an agreement that was reached after much negotiation with the bargaining unit. They did not necessarily go easily. However, we were able to reach an agreement that all parties felt were fair. They did give up some of some of the historic benefits in order to get this deal across. As some of you may know, we do have vacancies in our custodial departments. Simply, our wages are not as competitive as some of the schools around us, so it had been increasingly challenging to find that help. We do have a good team now. There are still some vacancies. This does not necessarily bring us up to par with some of the competing for this talent schools around us. However, this was acceptable to both groups, especially knowing the financial situations we're in now. I wholeheartedly support this.
Seeing nobody at the mic, and this is a collective bargaining agreement, Article 8 will appear on the ballot as written. If you don't like Article 8, then we come to Article 9. Article 9, authorization for a special meeting on cost items. Should the voters of the school district, if Article 8 is defeated, authorize the Timberlane Regional School Board to call one special meeting at its option to address Article 8 cost items only. Majority vote required, recommended by the school board 900. I believe this language is required by law. Place it on the ballot as written. We have a motion to do that, and we have a second. We do. If there's no discussion, this is just a technical article. Article 10, moving on, so that will appear on the ballot as written. Article 10, 3-year collective bargaining agreement, Timberlane Cafeteria Workers Union. Shall the voters of the school district approve the cost items included in the collective bargaining agreement reached between the Timberlane Cafeteria Workers Union and the Timberlane Regional School Board, which calls for the following increases in salaries and benefits at the current staffing levels over the amounts paid in the prior fiscal year. Fiscal year 25-26, estimated increase $4,798. Fiscal year 26-27, estimated increase $5,805. Fiscal year 27-28, estimated increase $6,419. 3-year total $17,022. And further, to raise and appropriate the sum of $4,798 for the 25-26 fiscal year, such sum representing the additional cost attributed to the increase in salaries and benefits required by the new agreement over those that would have been paid at current staffing levels. Majority vote required, recommended by the school board 800, recommended by the budget committee 900. Motion to put this on the ballot is written. So moved. Got a motion made and seconded. Does someone want to speak to this? Go ahead.
Very small union. There are 4 members that have been with us literally for decades, multiple decades, these members. The rest of our cafeteria workers are subcontracted out. This is a union that is diminishing. They're not adding any new union members on it, but because of their loyal service to Timberlane, we felt it was only appropriate to keep them in step with those subcontracted workers, and so we reached this agreement to do just that.
Thank you. And this article is not amendable. The language is required in the collective bargaining agreement. It will appear on the ballot as written. But like the last one, if you don't agree with Article 10, we have Article 11, authorization for a special meeting on cost items. Shall the voters of the school district, if Article 10 is defeated, authorize the Timberlane Regional School Board to call one special meeting at its option to address Article 10 cost items only. Majority vote required, recommended by the school board 800. Place this on the ballot as written. We have a motion made, and we have a second down there. We have a second. This is language required by law, so it'll appear on the ballot as written. Article 11. Article 12, general acceptance of reports. Shall the voters of the school district accept reports of agents, auditors, and committees as written in the 2024 annual report? Majority vote required, recommended by the school board 800. Place this on the ballot as written. So moved. We have a motion made and seconded. We have a motion seconded. I believe this is language as required. I don't see anybody at the mic, so this will appear on the ballot as written. And we have one more article, and I know when we're done, everybody's going to rush out of here, so I'm going to say in advance, remember to go vote in March at your applicable towns, the times and places that we had mentioned before for Atkinson, Danville, Plastow, and Sandown, and it still may be icy out there, so watch your driving when you leave and be careful when you leave the parking. Article 13, Capital Reserve Fund by surplus. Shall the voters of the school district raise and appropriate up to $250,000 to be placed in the school building, construction, reconstruction, capital improvement, and land purchase capital reserve fund established in 1996, which such amounts to be transferred from those funds in the June 30th, 2025 unassigned fund balance available for transfer on July 1 of this year, which were apportioned as capital expenses in 24-25, in accordance with Article 6 of the Timberlane Regional School District Articles of Agreement. No amount to be raised by additional taxation. Majority vote required, recommended by the School Board 800, recommended by the Budget Committee 900. Motion to put this on the ballot is written. And do we have a second? We have a second. Yeah. Do anyone wish to speak to this? No? Nobody at the mics? So Article 13 will appear on the ballot as written. And that concludes everything that I have for articles tonight. I thank everyone for their patience and participation, and look forward to seeing you at the polls in March. Thank you. I declare this hearing adjourned.